All rise.
Coast Guard Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is KSC BC 2020-06. The Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selim, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Good morning. I note for the record that the accused are all present in court today with the exception of Mr. Krasniqi, who is appearing by video link with permission. Today we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W02540. Before we begin, the panel notes that the briefing schedule for the SPO's motion for admission of evidence of witnesses W00992, W01336, and W04824 pursuant to Rule 154, which was filed on Thursday, the 16th of May, 2004, has been expedited in the defense responses. Due Wednesday, 22 May at 4 p.m., the panel orders the defense to provide cross-examination estimates for the relevant witnesses in their responses to the motion. This concludes the panel's order. Madam Court Usher, you may bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning. Good morning, AM.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Solemn declaration that you are expected to take. I will read it in parts, and then it will be translated for you, and then you can repeat it in German. Understood?
Das habe ich verstanden.
I understood.
I will read it now. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility,
Im Bewusstsein
Conscious of my significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility,
truth,
erkläre ich
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth,
nothing but the truth,
die ganze Wahrheit,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
which has come to my knowledge.
und dass ich nichts
and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Do you agree to that declaration?
Ich bin mit dieser Erklärung einverstanden.
I agree with that declaration.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 8 hours. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you. Members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 2 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 6 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event that you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement as corrected by the list of corrections accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and we will accommodate you. Do you understand all of that?
Das habe ich alles verstanden.
I did understand all of that.
We begin with the direct examination by the prosecution. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Witness. We've met before. My name is Sarah Clanton. I'll be asking you some questions today. For planning purposes, may I ask the panel, will we be taking a break at 10 o'clock or yes?
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, can you please state your full name for the record?
Mein voller Name ist Dietrich.
My full name is Dietrich Klaus Jentsch.
Your date and place of birth.
Das ist der 18.
18th of June 1963 in Fritzlar in Hesse in Germany.
Mr. Witness, what is your occupation?
Ich bin Offizier der
I'm officer of the Federal Army of Germany.
What is your current rank?
Der ist der ist Oberstleutnant.
My current rank is Lieutenant Colonel.
Of 1999.
Da war ich Major.
I was major.
Mr. Witness, the next questions concern your prior evidence. Do you recall making a statement to the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia?
Ja, daran erinnere ich mich.
Yes, I do recall that.
Can the court officer please bring up U0026101 to U0026106 red, which is the original German, and the English translation with the same ERN ending in ET red 2? Mr. Witness, is your statement on the screen in front of you?
Ja, die habe ich vor mir.
Yes, I have that before me.
Mr. Witness, the statement in front of you is dated the 30th of October, 2001. Do you recognize this as the first page of your statement?
Ja, das erkenne ich als die erste Seite meiner Aussage.
Yes, I recognize that as the first page of my statement.
Can the court officer please turn to the last page, which is U0026106? And I apologize. I think I'm having some technical difficulties. If I could ask for assistance. And if we could scroll down on the left side. Witness, do you recognize the signature at the bottom of the page on the left side of the screen?
Die Unterschrift in der Mitte ist.
The signature in the middle is my signature.
Thank you. Witness, do you recall giving an interview to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office in July of 2019?
Ja, auch daran kann ich mich erinnern.
Yes, I do remember that as well.
Can the court officer please call up 069539-TR Part 1 Revised Read, page 1. And the English is the same ERN TR-ET Part 1 Revised 1 Read. Witness, on the screen in front of you is the first page or the first part of an interview. Do you recognize this as part of the transcript of your SPO interview?
Witness, yes, I do recognize that as my statement.
Do you recall that when we met last week, you were provided with your ICTY statement and the full transcripts of your SPO interview and asked to read them and identify any clarifications or corrections?
Witness, yes, I do remember that.
And do you recall that you made a number of clarifications and corrections?
Ja, auch daran.
Witness, yes, I do remember that as well.
Do you recall that at the end of our session, those corrections and clarifications were read back to you in your language by an interpreter?
Witness, yes, that is correct.
Witness, with the clarifications and corrections that you made last week, is the information in your statements that we have just looked at accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Witness, this statement is truthful to my best knowledge and conscience.
And witness, if we include all of the corrections and clarifications that you made last week, do your statements accurately reflect what you would say if you were asked the same questions today about the events recorded in those statements?
Ja, das.
Witness, yes, this corresponds to the facts.
Your Honors, at this time we seek the admission of the prior statements of the witness as confidential exhibits. The ERNs are found in filing F02245, footnote 47, parts 1 to 4 of the SPO interview, and the ICTY statement.
Are you offering just note 1? Or are you offering note 1?
I am offering note 1, I just hadn't gotten there yet. First the statements, and then the associated
right.
exhibits, and then prep note 1.
All right, any objection to the statements?
No, Your Honor.
Nope.
No, Your Honor.
No.
U002-6101 to U002-6106, RED plus the English translation is admitted.
Your Honors, that will be assigned Exhibit P 1176, and I note, Your Honors, there is also an Albanian translation.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end of it.
There is also an Albanian translation,
Okay,
so
all right,
there's
and-
German, English, and Albanian.
So the Albanian is admitted as well, under the same number. Then 069539 TR Part 1, revised RED plus English and Albanian is admitted.
Your Honors, 069539 TRET Part 1 Revised 1 RED, together with the Albanian and the German versions of this transcript, will be assigned Exhibit P 1177.1. And I note, Your Honors, the prosecutor tendered also Parts 2 to 4.
Yes, there are.
So Part 2 will be assigned, all the English combinations will be assigned, all the language combinations, apologies, will be assigned Exhibit number P 1177.2. Part 3, English, Albanian, German, will be assigned number P 1177.3. And Part 4 will be assigned Exhibit number P 1177.4. Thank you.
Your Honors, we would also move at this time for admission of the associated exhibits, which are listed again in F02245, footnote 47, with 2 modifications. First, we're not tendering any part of 054010-03 because it is already admitted in full. And as this video has already been admitted in full, we would seek to tender the transcript of that video, which is 054010-03-TR-ET.
Any objection to the associated exhibits?
No, Your Honor.
No.
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 The associated exhibits as enumerated are admitted.
Your Honors, the first item in footnote 47, U002-4989 to U002-4991, will be Exhibit P1178. The second item, U002-4992 to U002-4995, will be assigned Exhibit P1179. The transcripts for the already admitted video will be added to the already assigned Exhibit P501. And then the next item, ERN 5005597 to 5005597, and English translation 5005597 to 5005597 ET, will be assigned Exhibit P1180. SITF 000311163 to SITF 0003167, and I note in footnote 47 the panel only admitted pages SITF 000311164 to SITF 000311165. Those pages will be assigned Exhibit P1181. And the last one, SITF 00188892 to 00188-901. RED, together with Albanian and English translation of it, will be assigned Exhibit P1182, Your Honors. Thank you. And if we can confirm the classification for all of those. Apologies.
Would it be possible for me to confirm at the break the classification for each?
Yes, thank you.
Your Honors, we also tender preparation note 1, which has ERN 121062 to 121083.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
121062 to 121083 is admitted. Please assign a exhibit number.
Your Honor, the preparation note 1 will be assigned exhibit P1183, and is it classified confidential public?
Confidential. Your Honors, at this time, we'd like to read a public summary of the witness's evidence.
Go ahead.
W02540 was deployed to Kosovo in June of 1999 as the commander of a unit of German forces who were serving as part of the K4 contingent. W02540 and his unit were based in Prizren, and his tasks included patrolling and responding to reports of security issues experienced by the population. W02540 was present when facilities used by the KLA were raided. In particular, on 18 June of 1999, he was present at the former MUP building in Prizren, where he led an operation to enter the building, release detained persons, and disarm the KLA members who were present. He saw injured persons and requested medical support from K4 units who came to assist those with injuries. That concludes the summary.
Thank you. You may proceed with your direct examination.
Witness, in your prior statement, you've described how when you arrived at the Prizren MUP building on the 18th of June, 1999, you interacted with several KLA members. For the transcript, this is at P01176, pages U002-6102 to U002-6103, and at part 1 of your SPO interview, P01171.1, pages 25 to 26. Can the court officer please bring up photograph which has just been admitted as P01179, ERN U0024992. Witness, do you recognize this photograph as a photograph you provided to the ICTY?
Ja, ich erkenne das Foto wie.
Yes, I do recognize that photo.
And do you confirm that you provided it to the ICTY?
Yes, I do confirm that.
Shown in this photograph?
Ja, das ist.
Yes, this is directly in front of the former MUP building. This is the entrance area.
Thank you. You've previously identified 2 persons in this photograph, and this is at P01171.1, pages 24 to 26. Witness, today, can you identify the persons that you remember speaking to when you first arrived at the MUP building? And if the usher could assist by providing the witness with a pen, that would be useful. Witness, before we mark on the screen, can you indicate for the panel the persons that you've previously recognized in this photograph as the KLA commanders that you spoke to?
Yes, these are 2 persons. First of all, on the left-hand side, there's a German soldier, that's myself. To his right, there's somebody wearing a green beret. This is this one person I recognize, and the other person is leaning onto the vehicle. This is the one in front of the vehicle with the KLA, or I don't know what kind of armband it is, but this is one of the KLA leaders.
If you could use the pen, please, and the first identification you made is of yourself. Can you mark yourself with the number 1? And the person to the left who you described as wearing a green beret, can you mark him with the number 2? And Mr. Witness, the last person you identified as leaning on the car, can you mark him with a number 3?
Das habe ich gemacht.
I did that.
Mr. Witness, throughout your previous interview, you referred to a person as the one who was leaning on the car. Just for clarity of the record, when you refer to a person who's leaning on the car, are you referring to person number 3?
Yes, I do refer to person number 3.
Who was leaning on the car, correct?
That is correct.
President, if you could please tender this marked image.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
No.
The photograph marked image of P01176 is admitted.
Your Honor, that photograph will be assigned exhibit number P1184.
Thank you.
And for the record, I believe this is the marked image of P01179, not P01176. Can the court officer please bring up P00512, which is ERN 072507-02? This is a video of approximately 30 seconds. The part we're interested is from 11 minutes and 27 seconds to 12 minutes and 3 seconds. And what I would ask is that we play the clip of 30 seconds one time through, and after that we will pause and I will ask the witness for identifications.
Let's go ahead.
Maar er sijpelen ook berichten door dat het UCK zich schuldig heeft gemaakt aan wraakacties. In Prizren zijn Duitse KFOR-militairen gestuit op een politiebureau waar 15 mannen werden vastgehouden door UCK-strijders. Ze zijn zwaar mishandeld. Volgens het UCK gaat het om gevangenen, maar buurtbewoners zeggen dat het om Albanese collaborateurs gaat. Alle 25 UCK'ers zijn ontwapend. In Prizren mag vanaf middernacht sowieso geen enkele UCK-strijder nog met wapens rondlopen. Dat zijn het UCK en KFOR vandaag overeengekomen.
I apologize, I should have said without sound. I will be more clear next time. Witness, do you recognize the location of the footage that we have just seen?
Yes, I do recognize the place. This is in front of the former MIUP building.
Images that you've seen, are you able to indicate the date that the footage was taken?
That must have been after the afternoon of the 18th of June 1999.
If I could ask the court officer to go back and please pause the clip at 11 minutes, 28 seconds. And if we could go forward just a tiny bit, please. Stop. Witness, in the image before you, which I believe is still at 11 minutes and 28 seconds, we see several soldiers, persons in uniform. Do any of these persons look familiar to you?
Yes, in the middle of the picture, that is the one who I identified in the previous photo as person number 2.
For the avoidance of doubt, is this the person wearing the beret on his head?
That is correct.
If the usher could please provide a pen to the witness, we'll mark this identification for the record. Thank you, Mr. President. Could this be admitted into evidence, please?
Any objection? No?
None.
None. No objection being had. This will be admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, the marked image from Exhibit P512 will be assigned Exhibit P1184, and if Your Honor, we can confirm the classification for this marked and the previous marked image.
They can both be public.
Both photos will be classified as public.
Can the court officer please bring up ERN 119101 to 119105 and go to the last page, which is ERN 119105, please? Witness, if you look at the right side of this, oh, I'm sorry, if you look at the picture on the screen in front of you, have you seen this photograph before?
Yes, I have seen this photo before.
Is this a photograph that you provided to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, I provided that photo.
Location shown in this photograph and the persons present.
The place is again in front of the MUP MUP building, the acting persons. I see on the left a German military police officer, and to the right 2 soldiers, which I cannot exactly identify. All of that is in front of the former MUP building. Additionally, I can say that the Jeep you can see there marked with K4, this was my Jeep.
How the weapons we see on the ground here came to be placed on the ground?
Yes, after we had detained, no, not detained, but detained KLA leaders, we asked them to voluntarily hand over their weapons. They did exactly that, and after that we searched them again, and all you can see there on the ground is material which we found additionally to the weapons that were handed over.
Your Honors, that this could be admitted into evidence as a confidential exhibit.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
None. 119101 to 119105. I'm sorry, should that just be not one number?
I apologize, only the photograph 119105.
All right, 119105 is admitted.
Your Honor, this photograph will be assigned Exhibit P1186, and if I can correct the record, Your Honor, the second marked image was assigned Exhibit P1184, where it should have been P1185. Thank you.
Can the court officer please bring up P00726, which is ERN 106389-01. This is a video clip of approximately 40 seconds. It can be played publicly. We do not need the sound. I will first ask for it to be played through once, and then we will pause at, I'm sorry, I would like for it to actually be played just 1 second, to be paused at 1 minute and 13 seconds. I'm sorry, 1 minute and 13 seconds. Stop. Thank you. Witness, do you recognize the location shown at 1 minute and 14 seconds?
Yes, I do recognize that place. This is again the entrance of the former mob building.
Did you recognize any German K4 soldiers in the part that was just shown, the 2 seconds that you just saw?
Yes, here in the foreground, the soldier is Fritsche Sergeant Major. He was a press officer in our German contingent.
Witness, the persons standing close to the vehicle, wearing various or partial uniforms in the background, are these German soldiers or members of the KLA?
In the background, leaning on the vehicle, this is definitely a member of the KLA. Apart from that, there are also German soldiers to be seen on the photo. And in the background, in front of these trees or bushes, there are also some KLA members to be seen.
Witness, based on your recollection of this scene, were the persons who you've just described as KLA members standing in front of the trees and the one leaning on the vehicle, were these persons who you believe were present at the MUT building when you ordered that it be vacated on the 18th of June, 1999?
Yes, those were these persons, because all persons which were in and around the building were detained by us.
If the court officer could play from 1 minute and 12 seconds until 2 minutes, please. Witness, do you recall seeing this video last week during your preparation session?
Ja, ich habe die Szene erkannt. Ich bin
Yes, I did recognize that scene. I myself am visible in that video.
If we could please go to 1 minute and 19 seconds. If we could go forward ever so slightly. Pause. I'm sorry, can we go back just 1 moment? Maybe half a second.
Ups.
Pause. Thank you. Witness, you've just said that you saw yourself in this video. Can you indicate if you recognize the persons at this still image?
Yes, the person on the left with the black watch, that is me.
Do you recognize any other persons in this image?
Yes, the person in the foreground. With that person, I talked in between. He said he was commander of the district part and he was speaking French.
Der rechte Soldat, ein
The soldier on the right-hand side, a military police officer, I do not know by name.
And the soldier on the right-hand side with the military police, is he part of the military police of German K4?
Yes, the soldier with this white ribbon around his helmet and with the MP armband is a member of the German contingent.
A minute ago, you said you recognized the person who introduced himself as the commander of the Pastric Pass and was speaking French. Can you confirm, is this the person in the foreground who is holding something in his hand and appeared to be waving it?
Yes, this is the person I recognize.
Can we rewatch, please, from the beginning, from 1 minute 12 seconds to 1 minute 14 seconds? And I'd like to ask that you focus your attention on what's happening on the left side of the screen. Witness, were you able to see a person who was coming down the stairs in this 2-second clip?
Yes, this is the person I've just identified as the commander of the Pastric Pass. He is about to go down the stairs.
Witness, is this the person who you took into the Moat building and showed the body of a deceased older man?
Yes, that is correct.
Describe when you think this footage was taken in relation to the interactions you had with this commander who introduced himself as the commander of the Pastric Pass and spoke French to you.
Yes, that happened afterwards. I went with him into the building before that scene that was shown in that video clip just now.
Mr. Witness, still on the topic, sorry, we can take this down. Still on the topic of the Moat building, I'd like to look at your ICTY statement, which has been admitted as P01176. If we turn to page U0026104 on the screen, please. And if we scroll down a little bit, witness, on the screen in front of you, there are two paragraphs that I want to draw your attention to, sort of in the middle of the page. It says, after a while, a KLA commander arrived, who I had previously come across at a meeting in Prizren. He introduced himself to me in French as the commander from Pastrick Pass. He asked me what was wrong, and I then showed him the dead man and the freed hostages, and then he spoke about a grand catastrophe. The conversation was mainly in French, some in German, but I could understand him well. He told me he lived in Switzerland for a long time, and that is why he spoke such good French. And looking at the next paragraph, it says, Colonel Besch and General von Korff must also know this man because he was at the subsequent negotiations in the former Progress building. It had also been the former OSCE building and later the Ops Brigade building in Prizren. My first question, witness, here when it says that the man was at subsequent negotiations, does subsequent mean taking place after the building was raided by K4?
Ja, das heißt es nach.
Yes, that is what I mean after the building was taken over.
And what do you recall about this man from the Mut building who spoke French in these subsequent negotiations?
Kann ich keine weiteren Einzelheiten.
I cannot give you any further information because I did not attend these negotiations, but I did see him again in front of the Progress building.
Where were you positioned when you saw him in front of the Progress building?
Ich saß in meinem Fahrzeug.
I was sitting inside my vehicle, which was in front of the building.
And what did you do when you saw him?
Wir haben Fotos geschossen von den Personen, die das Gebäude betraten.
We took pictures of those people who were entering the building.
Do you recall if more than one picture was taken?
Ja, ich erinnere mich an zwei.
Yes, I remember that we took 2 pictures because there were 2 people who were also at the MUP building. And if you continue reading in this document, you will see that Colonel Besch ordered the release of the KLA members. In the view of the fact that we had 1 deceased there and several hostages, I view the situation as a criminal act, and I wanted to document the people responsible with a picture.
Witness, do you recall seeing photographs of these 2 persons when we spoke in January of this year?
Ja, an das eine Foto.
Yes, I clearly recall the first picture. The second picture is a little bit blurred, but I do recall both pictures.
Officer, please bring up U0024996 to U0024997. Witness, do you recognize this photograph as one of the photographs you were just describing that was taken from the parking lot at the brigade command?
Ja, das Foto kenne ich wieder.
Yes, I do recognize this picture. It was taken in front of the entrance of the building, probably by myself, because it looks like it was taken from the passenger seat where I was sitting.
And is this taken at the time that you understood that these KLA members were arriving for negotiations?
Ja,
Yes, there was a meeting at the brigade headquarter building.
Witness, you've stated that in the photographs that you took, you recognized two persons from the MUT building. Do you see either of those persons in this photograph?
ich erkenne hier eine Person.
Yes, I recognize one person in this picture, the man in the foreground wearing the armband.
And can you describe how you recall him at the MUT building during the raid?
Als ich am MUP-Gebäude eingetroffen
When I arrived at the MUP building, it was this man who appeared to be in charge, and I saw him as a very uncooperative person who would rather not answer my questions.
Witness, is this one of the persons who you identified this morning in a photograph that was shown to you?
Ja, das ist die Person.
Yes, it's the same person that was leaning on the vehicle in the first picture I was shown.
Turn to the next page, please. Witness, can you describe the circumstances of when this photograph was taken?
Ja, dieses Foto ist.
Yes, this picture was taken immediately after the first one. Another group of people were arriving.
What do you recall about the people who were arriving in this photograph?
Ich erinnere mich daran, dass
I recall that I recognized at least one person that I had seen before, and that was the man, the commander who spoke French.
Mr. Witness, do you recall that in January of this year, you were shown these photographs and asked about your recollection, and you indicated that the quality of the second photograph is not very good?
ja, da wird.
Yes, and I am still of this opinion. This is a bad photograph, but I do recall the scene.
Mr. President, can we please tender these two photographs into evidence?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection has been made. U0024996 to U0024997 is admitted.
Your Honor, will be assigned Exhibit P1187, and I note they're currently classified as confidential.
These exhibits can be public.
They will be 1187 will be reclassified as public.
If the court officer could please bring up P00503, which is a video with ERN 068357-01. and the admitted exhibit is from time code 10 seconds to 54 seconds. I would like to play this from 10 seconds, from 10 seconds to 11 seconds, and then pause. Pause at time code 11 seconds. Thank you. Witness, do you recognize the building in this image?
Ja, ich erkenne
Yes, I recognize the building. We called it the House of the Soldier. I don't know its actual name.
If we could play to 24 seconds, please, and pause. We've gone too far. Can we go back to 24 seconds, please? Witness, do you recognize any persons in this image?
auf diesem Bild,
In this image, I recognize the French-speaking commander.
In the previous photograph, which was taken from your vehicle in front of the Progress Building?
das ist dieselbe Person.
Yes, it is the same person.
Please play 10 more seconds to time code 35 seconds, please. Witness, do you recognize the location?
Ja,
Yes, this is the former MUP building again.
Play to the end 45 seconds. I'm sorry, not to the end, just play to time code 45 seconds. Pause, please. Thank you. Witness, based on what you've seen in this footage showing the MUP building, are you able to indicate whether you think this was filmed before or after you led the raid of the building on the 18th of June, 1999?
das wurde davor aufgenommen.
This was filmed before because at that point the building hadn't been taken over by K4.
I see the time, and it would be good to take a break before I go into a longer exhibit, please.
Thank you. Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break, or we'll make it a 15-minute break, and we'll call you back to the courtroom as soon as we're ready.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. For clarity of the record, we might be able to just, if no one has a question about it, we could indicate the name of the person who is the French-speaking commander. If you all know who that is, there's no reason to not indicate it on the record, just to be clear.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, Your Honor.
Just with the caveat that the witness does not know the name. He has said that he no
Understood.
longer recalls.
We understand that, but we have enough information that we have up till now that we can tell. Anybody else? No objection? All right, the record will reflect Mr. Halit Yaha as the French-speaking commander. You may bring the witness in. All right, witness, we are ready to proceed. You may continue.
Thank you. Can the court officer please bring up ERN SPOE 00347-353? And if we could go to the previous page. Witness, on the screen in front of you is an article from the New York Times, dated the 19th of June, 1999. Do you recall that this article was read back to you in your language last week during our preparation session?
Ja, daran erinnere ich mich.
Yes, I do recall this.
I'm not going to ask you to read the text in this image, but if we could zoom in close to where the photograph is shown. Witness, if we look at the photograph that's under the heading, Kosovo Rebels Take Over Towns, Violence is Reported. Do you recognize the scene in this photograph?
Ja, die Szene.
Yes, I do recognize this scene. This happened after we took over the MOOC building.
Do you recognize any of the persons shown in the photograph?
Person erkenne ich nicht, aber
I don't recognize any persons, but I can see that there's a German medic measuring blood pressure on somebody's arm, and I can see the medic's suitcase that is not carried by any normal soldiers, just by the medics of the army.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about this article, but in order to read it better, I would like to pull up the same article, but in a different version in terms of how it's printed, and that's at ERN 013435 to 013436. Witness, you don't need to try to read what's on the screen. I will read out the relevant parts and it will be translated to you in German. If we could go to the 7th paragraph from the top, which starts with inside the station. Witness, here it says, inside the station, the German troops found 15 people who had been taken prisoner, including an elderly man who was found dead, handcuffed to a chair and badly beaten, according to a German spokesman, Lieutenant Colonel Dietmar Jeserich. Witness, is what's reported here correct about the approximate number of persons who were held and the presence of a deceased man who was handcuffed to a chair?
Ja, das ist richtig.
Yes, it's correct.
Do you know Lieutenant Colonel Dietmar Jeserich?
Ja, ich kenne Dietmar
Yes. Yes, I know Dietmar Jeserich from this deployment, and I met him again later in Afghanistan. And also, when I was working at the Ministry of Defense, I was in touch with him then as well.
Listed here as a spokesman, is that a correct indication of his position, according to your knowledge?
Ja, war der.
Yes, he was the press sergeant of the German contingent.
If we go to the next paragraph, the 8th paragraph down, it says, one man had red welts on across his back, an old man had a bandage on his head and cuts on his face, and another man said he had been stabbed in the leg. Witness, were you aware of injured persons with, in the condition as recounted in this article?
Ja,
Yes, several injured people came out of the former Mu building, and I saw their injuries.
If we could now go 3 paragraphs down to the sentence that begins with Colonel Rolf Besch. And it says, Colonel Rolf Besch, the German commander, said the Allies were taking over the police station, quote, to make it perfectly clear we are the only force, the only authority in town. Is what Colonel Besch is saying here consistent with your understanding of your role and your tasks in Prizren?
ja, das hat.
Yes, this was the task that we had to re-establish security and order as the only force present on the ground.
If we could go to the next page, please. And if we go to the next to last paragraph, which is actually the 3rd from the bottom here, it says, quote, Germans had given the rebels until noon to leave the station, but shortly after that, a German patrol, led by Major Dietrich Jentsch, saw that they were still there. The station was soon surrounded by German troops. The 15 prisoners were released and several were treated by German medics. Witness, do you recall today whether there was a noon deadline for the KLA to leave the building?
Das kann ich nicht hundertprozentig.
I cannot tell you 100%, but I do recall that when I arrived, the deadline had already been announced, so the building should no longer have been occupied.
Witness, other than the reference to a noon deadline, do you confirm what is written here, including with your name, about the actions taken by you and your unit and the release of prisoners?
Ja, das kann ich bestätigen.
Yes, I can confirm that. When I arrived on the scene, it was clear that the building was occupied, and we ended the occupation.
And is it correct that that the station was soon surrounded by German troops?
Ja,
Yes, when I arrived on the scene, there was a Marder armored vehicle on the spot with 8 or 9 soldiers. I don't recall this precisely, but they remained passive despite the building having been occupied. I got in touch with the KLA commander, and I thought that things looked a little bit strange. I sent my people into the building. They told me that they found hostages and a little bit later a deceased person. I asked for reinforcements, and I had my people surround the building.
We would tender this article into evidence under both ERNs.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection being shown. ERN SPOE 00347353 and also as 013435 to 013436 are admitted as one exhibit as 2 alternative printings.
Your Honor, for the first item, SPOE 00347-352 to 353, I note that the prosecutor called 353, but she actually showed the picture on 352. Are we admitting the full document?
That was a typo on my part. Yes, the full document, please.
So to confirm, the year end would be SPOE 00347-352 to 00347-353. That will be assigned Exhibit P1188.1. And the second version 013435 to 013436, and its Albanian translation will be assigned Exhibit P1188.2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness, in your ICTY statement, which is submitted now as P01176, I'd like to look at page U002-6105, the third paragraph. Witness, in the third paragraph, it says, I do not know what actually happened to the hostages either. I know that some of them left, and then I met some of them again in the reception camp in the former music school. My unit was also responsible for protecting that school, and that location was the assembly point for refugees from all ethnic groups. Do you see that part of your statement?
Ja, ich sehe den Teil.
Yes, I do see this part of my statement.
You recall that you previously clarified that this building that you called the music school was one of the 4 buildings that was handed over to K4 for safekeeping by the Serbian bishop?
Ja, das war eins.
Yes, it was one of the 4 buildings that were handed over, and I was given responsibility for this with my men.
For the record, that clarification is at P01183, paragraph 15. Can the court officer please bring up SITF 00189-141 to SITF 00189-142? This is not for broadcast. And the English translation, please. Witness, this is a military police situation report entitled number 25-99, and under that it says in handwriting, see also MP Sit Report, Sit Rep 1299. Do you see that?
Ja, das sehe ich.
Yes, I do see that.
And we see at the top that this is dated the 23rd of June, 1999. And on the subject line, it says, quote, carrying out police tasks by MP. Witness, under the line that says reference, it says alert by Lafla Rock Batter. Do you know what Lafla Rock Batter is?
Ja, das ist die. Ja,
Yes, it's the abbreviation for my unit, Light Air Defense Missile Battery.
Witness, is it correct in English to also refer to your unit as the Airborne Air Defense Unit?
ja, auch diese Bezeichnung.
Yes, this would also be a correct way of putting it.
I'm going to look at the first paragraph, but I will not read out certain names because we're in public session. In the first full paragraph, it says, at around 1500 hours, 2 persons, both currently residing in the monastic school in Prizren, recognized Mr. Sami Kahapi and the commander of the KLA Prizren district, Mr. Nazir Kriziev, through the windows of the school. They said that they had repeatedly beaten and abused them when they were held at the former MUT building, see Sit Rep 1299. Witness, do you recall that you read over this report in the original German language last week during our preparation session?
Ja, daran kann ich mich.
Yes, I do recall that.
Witness, in the original German, it refers to the location as a Klosterschule, or monastic school. Having read this report about the refugees from the MUT building at a facility where your unit was present, is it possible that the music school that you described in your statement could also be called the Klosterschule, or seminary or monastic school?
Ja, das ist richtig.
Yes, this is correct. We didn't know at the time what the actual function of the building was. That's why we called it music school first, but we also called it monastic school or seminary.
Witness, had you seen this report before your preparation session last week?
Vor letzter Woche.
I had not seen this report before last week. I did not know it.
Names Sami Kahapi or Nazir Kriziev, commander of the KLA Prizren district.
Nein, die Namen sind mir unbekannt.
No, these names are not known to me.
Witness, in the report, we see that it says that the Airborne Air Defense Unit was informed that persons were being taken away in a blue transit van. This is in the second paragraph. And that your unit put a stop to that. Do you recall this incident?
Nein, ich kann mich daran nicht.
No, I don't recall this because I was not present when it happened.
Aware of other instances in which you or members of your unit observe persons being forcefully taken into vehicles?
Ich persönlich erinnere mich.
I remember one scene. There was a black Golf and a priest was pulled into it. This was several hundred meters ahead of us, and our Jeep was not powerful enough for us to follow this vehicle.
Is it correct that you saw the priest being pulled into the vehicle?
Ja, das ist.
Yes, that is correct.
Witness, in the next 2 lines of this report, it says that members of the Airborne Air Defense Unit stopped the forceful taking of persons and then found that one of the persons, Mr. Sammy Kahapi, had a pistol, holster, and a gun. Sammy Kahapi was taken away and searched. And then it lists the materials that were seized and says, since Sammy Kahapi was on the list of authorized armor bearers, the gun and ammunition were seized and an MP patrol was notified. Was stopping suspicious persons and searching and disarming them a normal task for your unit at this time?
Ja, das gehörte zu.
Yes, this was part of our daily duties. To search suspicious persons and also stop vehicles that we thought were suspicious.
We could go to the next page of both languages, please. Witness, in the last part of this report, above the list of names, it says, to clarify the situation, Mr. Sammy Kahapi was taken to the former MUP base and handed over to Major Reiser. Can you explain what's being referred to here as the former MUP base?
Ja, das ist.
Yes, this is the building which we have already described in the first part of the interrogation. The former MUP building was also a prison, and at that point in time, and I think that was on the 19th of June, handed over, and Major Reiser was probably the commander of the military police at the time.
When you say the building was handed over, who was it handed over to?
Das wurde.
It was handed over by us, from my unit, by me, the next day to the military police, and they have then used that from that point in time onwards. On the 18th of June, we took over the building, and on the 19th of June, I handed the building over.
Just to be totally clear, handed over to the military police. Is this the military police of the German K4 contingent?
Ja, ich meine die Militär.
Yes, I mean the military police of the German K4 contingent.
Witness, the next line here says, the pistol and ammunition were seized and handed in at the weapons collection point. Are you familiar with the location called the weapons collection point?
Ja, das war.
Yes, that was in the former, that was in the Progress building, former KLA building, now the seat of the command. And there was a collection point which I visited personally several times to hand in weapons or mines.
We can go back to the first page, please. And scroll to the bottom, please. Witness, it says towards the bottom of the page that when the military police patrol arrived at the location, it was given a list by Sergeant Major Horhold that includes 9 men that can testify that Mr. Sammy Kahapi and Mr. Nazir Kreziev were involved in the crimes described in SITREP 1299. Is this person, Sergeant Major Horhold, somebody that you know?
Ja, der war
Yes, he was a member of my unit at the time, and he was together with me part of this operation in 1999.
Mr. President, at this time we would tender this report into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
SITF 00189 141 to SITF 00189142 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P1189 and will be classified as confidential.
The next
Thank
topic
you.
the next topic requires going into private session, please.
Sorry, what you had? Private session. Sorry, didn't hear. Please enter private session.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
All right. Witness, we take a half-hour break at this point. Please do not discuss your testimony with anybody outside of the courtroom, as I said earlier. We will reconvene at 11:30. You may go with the court usher at this time.
Mach ich.
I will do so.
Any change in the estimation of cross-examination times?
Not for me, I don't think, sorry.
Yes, Your Honour, we do have some questions, but it will be less than the forecast, which was an hour. So perhaps 20 minutes, half an hour.
Same for me, Your Honour. I think significantly reduced from what I was estimating.
We are also significantly reducing our questions to 20 minutes at the longest.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you all. We'll see you at 11:30.
All rise. Rise.
Please be seated. Madam Prosecutor, you wish to clarify the classification of some of the items?
Yes, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
For the first associated exhibit, which was P01178, ERN U0024989 to U0024991, this is a confidential exhibit. For the second one, which was P1179, U0024992, U0024995, this would be a public exhibit. I believe I said this, but the transcript of P00501 is public. The image at P1180, which is 5005597, and the English version of that is public. The 2 pages that were admitted from SITF 000311164, SITF 000311165, that are part of P01181 should be confidential. And the report that is P1182, SITF 001888992 to 001888901, Red 2, should also be confidential. And the other matter that I said I would follow up on is the revised transcript for the portion of the video that was shown before the break, which is P513. We will prepare the revision and disclose that as soon as possible.
Thank you. The classifications will reflect the statement made by the prosecutor, unless there is an objection. There does not appear to be. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. All right, witness, we are ready to proceed with the cross-examination. Now we will begin with the Thaçi defense. Ms. Stavicoli, you have the floor.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nina Tavakoli, and I represent Mr. Thaçi today. Now, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about what you experienced when you arrived in Prizren in 1999, just to get the full context of everything that you saw at that time. Now, it's right, isn't it, that you deployed into Kosovo on the 12th of June 99?
Whether it was the 12th of June or the 13th of June, I'm not 100% sure, but in that period of time, that is correct.
The 8th of June.
Das ist richtig.
That is correct.
Direct superior, just so we can get your chain of command on the record, was Deputy Brigade Commander Colonel Besht, correct?
Das ist nicht.
That's not quite correct. There were two columns of the command structure. First, it was the national commander I was subordinated to. That was General van Korff. And then there was the operational brigade. Van Haaf, correction of the witness, Van Haaf. General van Korff was the head of the operational brigade. I got my instructions from the operational brigade, but I was under the command of the national commander. This is a bit difficult. This one differentiates between operational command and operational control. This is military jargon.
Besht, Deputy Brigade Commander Besht, is he the person immediately under von Korff?
Ja,
Yeah.
das ist.
Yes, he was his deputy, the second man of the brigade.
Okay, that's enough, I think. For a civilian like me, I'll have to leave it there. But so the day that you, 3 or 4 days after the signing of the Kumanavo agreement between K4 and the FRY on the 9th of June, correct?
That is correct.
Recall that that agreement provided for the immediate ceasefire and complete withdrawal of the FRY forces from Kosovo, but it was to be a staggered withdrawal.
I do not recall the exact follow-up of it. There was an immediate ceasefire, and the former Yugoslav air forces were supposed to leave immediately the area of the Kosovo.
Entered Prizren on the 12th or 13th, there were still Yugoslav forces there, correct?
Ja, das ist.
Yes, that is correct.
Say that the Yugoslav army and special units of the Yugoslav police were present in 4-digit numbers, and I think in one instance you said there were approximately 2,500 men gathered at one location. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do recall that. And this is indeed what I estimate, this figure, because later on there were several convoys from prison of the former Yugoslav army which we accompanied.
And you made the comment that the Yugoslav special police troops, their conduct was quite rough. There were your words in the statement. Do you remember that?
Well, these were not the special forces of the Yugoslav army, but these were the police forces, the MUP. As far as they behaved, that was a different behavior from the behavior of the army forces I encountered. The military, I must say, they adhered to agreements, and these forces were, in their behavior, rather aggressive. they were different in their behavior, I have to say, different from a normal soldier in their behavior. And I do remember now one scene where apparently we encountered a group of paramilitaries, 40 or 50, in a bus, and they were really armed, highly armed, but they were neither part of the MUP nor of the former Yugoslav army. They were Serbians, they were Serbs. They were in a bus, and we were, I think, 7 persons. They were 40 to 50, and because of their behavior, I refrained from having an escalation because we would not have had any chance.
First day there, you got caught in a shootout between the Yugoslav army and the KLA when you were trying to evacuate a Serbian base. Is that right?
Yes, we had the task to evacuate 3 Serbian posts, and we went to Suva-Reka, and there were also 3 Yugoslav forces vehicles and KFOR vehicles, and we entered a shooting, and obviously they didn't realize that we were KFOR forces.
And would you agree with the Deputy Brigade Commander Besht, who said this, and for the record, it's at 077406, Part 1, page 4, lines 19 to 21. Would you agree with him? The security situation was tense right from the start. This was expressed audibly by the constant shots being fired, also at night. The KLA were fighting amongst themselves at the time, as well as with the Serbs.
Whether they fought amongst themselves, this was nothing that was obvious to me. And I did not witness any further shootings apart from that point in time, and therefore I cannot agree with that statement as it was. At the beginning there was a vacuum. First, for a few days, there was still the former Yugoslav army forces there. More and more KLA fighters entered the area, and in between, a vacuum was created, and we tried as fast as possible to gain control over the situation.
You described, though, whilst you might not agree with Besht, in your statement you described the situation as follows: a state of lawlessness in many areas. Do you agree with that still?
Well, it was, yes, of course I can agree, because there was simply nobody there. There were no police forces there, there was no post officer, there was nobody there.
Civilian or administrative infrastructure, no police, no military, once the Serbs left, correct?
Yes, with KFOR there was a military structure there.
Yeah.
Organically, no. And Besht
described it.
Nein.
No.
406, Part 1, page 4. Now, your mandate as KFOR was to restore some order to this situation and to ensure public safety until the civilian presence could take responsibility, correct?
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to talk now a little bit about who was in Prizren, other than the Yugoslav forces and police and the KLA when you arrived. Now, in your statement, you said that at the very beginning, not that many inhabitants returned, but gradually more and more people came back. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do recall that. More and more people crossed the border from Albania into the direction of Kosovo. And this was visible on the streets. There were simply more people in the streets.
I'm sorry, I rise only to ask for transcript references when we're referring back to the witness's prior evidence.
Yes, please.
It's not, sorry, they're his statement. Do you want me to go back through? But sorry, it's my mistake. They're references to his witness statement.
Simply the page number,
Okay.
or with the SPO interview, the part and page,
Right.
please.
Now, of the total number of civilians, Kosovar civilians, who had been displaced by this war.
Insgesamt.
In total, I cannot give you a figure, I can confirm, but when we were still in North Macedonia, I saw how many refugees were there in refugee camps, several thousands, but in total I cannot describe this figure.
You that the Office of OSCE, that organisation, said that between March and June 1999, forces of the FRY in Serbia forcibly expelled 863,000 Kosovan Albanians, and that over 90% were displaced by June 1999. And then they go on to talk about Prizren specifically, and the reference for the record is SITF 401529, which is 401871 at SITF 401653. And in Prizren, OSCE reported early figures indicated that between 15,000 and 20,000 refugees returned each day after the conflict. Did what you see, either at the beginning or as you were there, tally with that?
Yes, this is confirmed.
Kosovar civilians, there were also criminal elements coming in from Albania. Is that correct?
Wir haben
At least, I recall at least 2 incidents where we arrested people who were looting, and they stated they came from Albania.
Because, in fact, you told the SPO, and the reference is P1177.3, page 18, that Albanians came who had at some time got uniforms who were then looting across the border. That's right, isn't it?
Das stimmt.
That is correct. And several times we apprehended people wearing German uniforms with the German flag on, and we asked them to take off at least the flags they had on the uniform so that they were not any more identifiable as members of the military.
We know that German KFOR kept a so-called war diary, or log, from the 24th of February 99 until the 29th of July 99, and this was signed off by the head of German KFOR, Brigadier General von Korff. We've been given a copy of that by the prosecutor's office. And as I understand it, that war diary, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong, was kept to log every minute of the operation. It's quite standard in militaries to do that, and that everything that was observed was recorded precisely, stating the time and the place. That's the statement of Colonel Besht. And in terms of the function of the war diary. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, but not 100%, because not all incidences were definitely included in that diary. I myself, together with my soldiers, we were sitting together for 1 week afterwards, and we tried to write down what had happened. And even then we forgot certain incidents, like Suareko, for example, this shooting, because too many things happened.
Im Kriegstagebuch.
I do not know whether that is part or recorded in the war journal. At least it is not in mine, or it was not in mine.
The point is that everything that went in there, I know not everything went in, but everything that went in there would have been accurately and precisely recorded, because it would have been put in there by German officers. That's right, isn't it?
Das liegt
Well, this depends on the quality of the war diary. Whether that is 100% correct is something I cannot assess.
German K4, and one would assume, of course we don't know without speaking to him, that he would only sign off correct facts. Is that right?
This is something I cannot confirm like that. There could also be, for example, radio messages included which were not correct, or which in hindsight or later on turned out not to be correct.
Examination, I want to take you to parts of that diary, if I may. So the first part I would like to take you to, so it shouldn't be displayed on the screen for public consumption. So the document ID is SITF 00225092 to SITF 00225184, and it's at page 290. It's the same in the German and in the English. Sorry, wrong ID. I'll try again. Oh, the English is correct. The German, sorry, the German document is SITF 00224836 to 00225261. And we want to go to the entry 80, so it's page 290, and it's 181005. Page at the page 290. That's correct, the bottom one. It's the same, 290.
Sorry, but can we get the ERN page, not the PDF page?
I don't have that in German, sorry, I've only got the page at the bottom of the screen. Is it, I can just read out the sentence and it could be translated, perhaps. So in this document anyway, at 18.10.05, it says, report from K4 Recce, at Dragas, DM 7056, looting involving armed force by forces from Albania, who then slip back into Albania. So that's something that's logged in the diary. Does that accord with your recollection of things that were happening?
Also diesem Vorfall war ich.
I was not involved in this incident. I was not deployed at the border to Albania, but in prison.
But the idea behind it that Albanians are coming over, that's something that you yourself observed, albeit in a different location.
Das habe ich auch mitbekommen. Ja.
Yes, I did observe that, yes.
So just to conclude, the situation that your troops entered into, if I can sum it up, and you can say if I'm right or not, it was the immediate aftermath of a war, which is always complicated. There was the presence of Yugoslav and KLA forces and Albanian criminals. There was quite a lot of weapons in circulation. There were thousands of civilians returning each day, and there was an absence of law and order before you came in. Is that an accurate summary of what you faced when you entered?
Also für die ersten 3.
When it comes to the first 3 or 4 days, yes, I could corroborate that.
And I understand that your position is that it's not after that, because your forces were successful in getting control of law and order. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, after that we had certain structures, places that people who were apprehended were taken to. For example, the MUK building. There were no illegal checkpoints anymore, which we did have at the beginning.
Thank you, and we'll go into that.
Zumindest in Prizren.
Yeah.
At least in prison.
And these Kosovan Albanian refugees, they're returning to Kosovo after the war to find their homes, many of them, their homes had been burnt, correct?
Well, I cannot confirm this for Prizren. In Prizren, there weren't many houses that were burned down.
There was a press officer, General Fritz, on the ground when you were there, wasn't there, and he has said that the refugees returned to find their houses burnt, their belongings stolen or destroyed. And the reference for that is 071142 071313 at page 071220. So would you agree with his description?
Also
outside of prison, yes, and also with regard to the looting. But we didn't have many cases of torchings at that point. This started later on. I saw this when I had already returned to Germany later on TV.
Found that their family and friends had been murdered by the Serbs. That's right, isn't it?
kann ich nicht bestätigen.
I cannot confirm this. I did not have any contacts with people like this, just with one person. And this was, if I recall correctly, a Serbian woman whose husband and brother-in-law had been murdered, and they had been at the former School of Music. This is the only case I am aware of. I can not give you any additional information.
So you're saying that you weren't aware of any murdered Kosovan Albanians in Prizren?
Also ich selbst habe keine gesehen.
I did not see any myself. Of course, I did hear about war crimes, but except from what I've already mentioned, I didn't see anything. I can remember a few dead people that I seen, but I could not tell you what ethnicity they belonged to.
If you bear with me just one moment. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find a statistic. Right. Sergeant Fritz recorded this on this, that according to British experts, more than 10,000 Kosovans were murdered by Serbs or otherwise lost their lives during the ethnic cleansing, and the reference to that is 071142 071313 at page 071282. Did you ever hear that figure?
Nein.
No.
Now, you told the SPO that there were many acts of revenge when the Kosovan Albanians returned. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I witnessed some of them myself.
Killing
Ja.
and burning of houses, but that was mainly after you left.
Also ich kann mich erinnern, dass
When it comes to torchings, there were 2 or 3 cases, but fewer than I later saw on TV from Germany, because when I had returned, I saw many more on TV.
I could just show you a few entries from that KFOR war diary to see whether or not it accords with what you saw. So, if we could have the German and the English one. And if we could go, please, first to the entry on page 260, which is SITF 00251. SITF 00225100. And if we could go to the entry 131720, B June. Yeah. It's yes, near the bottom, I can see it. And here it says, situation in Prizren, MUP forces engaged in isolated looting. Population has turned against the VJ and is impeding their withdrawal. Acts of vengeance. German forces have everything under control and are being feted by the population. Does that accord with your experience?
Yes, there were acts of looting, and I remember a scene involving former Yugoslav army soldiers shooting into the air, and there was a German major, Mr. List, who had some level of the local language and managed to calm the situation down again. So there was a confrontation going on between the Albanian part of the population and the Yugoslav army forces that were leaving.
Of looting. If we can go to page SITF 00225126. And the entry 171630. And here it says report, no, up a bit. Yeah, thanks. No, sorry. Oh yeah, report from INFBN in the village of Musatista DN 9082. There are houses ablaze and 5 people are engaged in looting. When the patrol arrived, the looters took flight. So again, does this accord with the sorts of things that you were finding?
I was responsible for Prizren, and this happened outside of Prizren. I cannot confirm this. I did not witness this.
Perhaps to the last reference on this, which is at it's page 318. I'll find you. So that's 002251555158, and it's the reference 231350. There, the bottom one. And this says, report from Task Force Prizren, arrest of 38 people for looting and arson, information to MP that they are to be conveyed to the MUP Prizren. So does that accord? That's in your area. Is that the type of criminality you were witnessing?
Yes, looting, definitely. I cannot remember any arson incidents.
And I wonder if you would agree with him when he said it was relatively chaotic in the first days. We tried to gain a foothold in all possible areas to establish security, and at the same time there were incidents, murders, arson everywhere. And the reference for that is 071136, part 3, page 27. Would you agree with his analysis there?
Ja, die ersten.
Yes, the first few days were chaotic, yes.
The KLA were doing at that time. Now, you told the SPO, that's at P1177.3, page 18, that at the same time that you deployed and were trying to secure order, the KLA in Prizren tried and failed to take over the town. Do you remember saying that?
Ja, daran erinnere ich mich.
Yes, I do recall that.
Perhaps, and I say perhaps, natural for the KLA to try to fill that vacuum because they saw themselves as the victors, and in their minds it was their blood and not NATO's that had been spilled to fight off the Serbian aggression, and so they wanted to claim the victory.
Also KFOR hatte ja den Auftrag, die sich
KFOR's task was to re-establish safety, security, and stability. Part of this was a peace agreement saying that KFOR was the only force guaranteeing security.
But at that stage, when you came in, there had been no agreement yet to disarm the KLA, had there?
Das kann ich so hundertprozentig.
I cannot tell you this 100% anymore. Of course, there were certain agreements, probably about bearing weapons, and there were some deadlines for when it was only official soldiers with armbands who were allowed to bear weapons. So this was a sequential process. It was about the rights of the people who were present there, weapons permits, etc. This all came relatively quickly, actually.
On the 9th of June, the Kumanavo agreement was signed and the Yugoslav forces withdrew and there was an immediate ceasefire. Then on the 12th of June, you entered under the power vested under UN Security Council Resolution 1244. And then it wasn't until the 21st of June that the undertaking to demilitarize the KLA was signed. So just that was the official timeline at the top levels for Kosovo as a country. Do you remember that?
So im Detail nicht.
Not at this level of detail. All I remember is that from some point onwards, you were not allowed to bear arms anymore. People had to have a weapons permit, and they were not allowed to occupy buildings anymore. But I don't remember the exact timeline.
I'm going to go into that, and I'm going to suggest to you later that that was a local agreement agreed within Prizren and wasn't replicated across Kosovo. But I will go into that. Now, were you aware that at the time that you were in Prizren, KLA uniforms were on sale quite cheaply, I think for 50 Deutschmarks, in markets in Kosovo and in Prizren for anyone to buy, whether or not they were KLA? Had you seen those on sale?
Den Verkauf habe ich nicht gesehen.
I did not see them on sale, but I did see people wearing different uniforms, such as KLA uniforms or uniforms of the Federal German Army.
Oder auch Schweizer Uniformen.
Or even Swiss uniforms, I saw.
For Human Rights, in September reported about this period. I don't know if you heard that. I'll just read it to you. And that's Exhibit 1D 00085. some victims of ethnic violence have reported that their assailants included men in KLA uniforms. Although it is possible that much of the violence is simply the work of criminal elements masquerading in uniforms of the KLA, open borders have in fact allowed the large-scale arrival of criminal elements, particularly from Albania. It has also been noted that the KLA uniforms are available for about 50 Deutschmarks in Albania, and that Albanian national men with no relationship at all to the KLA can use the uniform as a passport through the German sector, KFOR sector of Kosovo. Had you heard that?
Nein, nicht über den Kauf und nicht.
No, I didn't hear about people buying the uniforms, nor about the price that you mentioned.
The uniforms were on sale, and anybody could buy them. When somebody is committing a crime in the uniform of the KLA, it doesn't mean that they are KLA. You can't be certain.
Sicherlich.
Certainly, you are right. But the people we apprehended for looting, I remember 2 cases. They told us that they bought them and left again from prison.
Sorry, what do you mean? I think maybe the translation's not great. They bought them and left
Also
again
wir
from
haben-
prison.
Also wir haben Personen
We did apprehend people who were wearing parts of uniforms, but who obviously didn't belong to the local power structures.
Now I want to move now on to the MUP, the incident on the 18th of June. Now it's right, isn't it, that it appeared to you on arrival that the entire basement of that building was a Yugoslav prison in the past. That's what you told the SPO.
Den Eindruck hatte ich nach.
I did get the impression after having seen the building from the inside, yes.
Describe them as torture instruments. The reference here is P1177.1, which you found, but you said that it's not clear if they belong to the KLA or to the Serbs previously, the implements that you found in the basement. That's right, isn't it?
Das stimmt so, wir konnten.
That is correct. We weren't able to say clearly who they belonged to. We only found them.
Now, we know that you arrived at the MUP building after those who were in there had been detained, correct? You weren't. You weren't there when they were taken in. You arrived after the event, so to speak.
Das ist richtig.
That is correct.
You don't know why the people who were in there were taken in there, do you?
Das stimmt.
Correct.
Now, we know that a dead elderly man was found on the first floor. And if we could please pull up exhibit P00858, not for the public view, at page 16. Now, this is a report from the senior medical officer who did the autopsy on this gentleman. And I'm just going to read his ultimate assessment into the record. The bruises found, in my opinion, do not represent a fatal injury. The tablets found indicate a possible cardiovascular condition. In that case, a sudden cardiac death would be quite conceivable. Do you see that?
Ja, das sehe ich.
Yes, I do.
Now, I want to move now, please, to back to the KLA in Prizren. Now, you said, and that is at part 1177.1, at page 21, that even though the KLA really wasn't a military organisation, you saw some kind of hierarchy. Do you remember that?
Ja, daran erinnere ich.
I do remember that.
You also told the SPO, and that is at P1177.1, page 51, that Commander Drini was in charge of this area around Prizren, and the contact point for General von Korff, the brigade commander, and Colonel Best was the deputy on the German side travelling with Drini. Do you remember that?
Wenn die Übersetzung mit gereist ist, stimmt.
If you actually said traveled, I can not entirely remember that. All I know is that they were in touch with each other and had talks with each other.
In charge of the area around Prizren, that's what you said.
Zumindest in seiner Verantwortung.
At least he was responsible for it. I cannot say more than that.
And you also said, and that is at P1177.1 at page 51, that he spent times at the German headquarters, and you presumed that was because he was the contact person on the Albanian or KLA side.
War zumindest eine der Kontakte.
Well, at any rate, he was one of the contacts. There were several.
But he was the one he negotiated an agreement, didn't he, with someone on the KFOR side on the 17th of June that the KLA was to vacate all the official buildings and they weren't allowed to occupy them. That's what you told the prosecutor's office. Do you remember that?
Genau, das haben wir so.
Yes, this is what we learned about in an evening sit-rep. It must have been on the 17th of June at the evening sit-rep of the brigade.
In that New York Times article that you were shown earlier today, there was another agreement made by Drini with KFOR, and I'll just read out the text. An Allied briefing this morning, a German troop commander announced that an agreement had been reached with the regional KLA chief known as Commander Drini, that no guns would be carried in town after midnight and that military apparel would soon be shed. With the agreement with the KLA, we now have the green light to disarm anyone who goes around the city. That's what Colonel Besh said. So do you remember that agreement about disarming made by Commander Drini and KFOR?
Also im Detail nicht, aber
Not in a very detailed manner, but when it comes to the content, definitely. And as I said, we were told about this during our evening briefing, and this was all I had to rely upon in the execution of my task.
As the date that the KLA in fact agreed globally to disarm was the 21st of June, it's clear that Commander Drini is agreeing different things with KFOR at the local level. That's right, isn't it? he's going a bit faster.
Das kann ich nicht bewerten, weil
I wasn't present, so I cannot give you any assessment of this. I can only tell you about my orders at that point in time.
If we can go on to your orders, on that day, on the 18th, Colonel Besh gave you an order, didn't he, to return the IDs and let the KLA members go. And you thought he'd spoken to Drini before he did this, and you thought that this was inappropriate because something had happened. That's right, isn't it? You thought Commander Besh, that order was wrong, you thought, didn't you?
zumindest
At any rate, my view was a different one. I believe that we should have taken down the identity and personal information of these people.
But because you were a German officer, you followed the chain of command and you obeyed that order, didn't you? You gave them back the IDs.
das stimmt.
That is correct.
Got it, yeah. Now, would it then surprise you to know that Commander Drini, that his very presence in Prizren, following his decision to lead his forces there, was taken in direct defiance of an order of the Chief of the General Staff of the KLA, Agim Cheku, who ordered him not to enter Prizren? Did you know that?
Das wusste ich nicht.
I did not know that.
He himself boasted of that. I just want to show you an article. If we could please bring that up. It's Exhibit 1D00053. And he gave a press interview in Botta magazine on the 19th of January. And if you go to the second page, and he himself says, as you'll see at the top here, the plan for the liberation of Prizren was done without the consent of the General Headquarters, and I think that was an effective action. That's just for your information. So Drini has defied the General Staff and gone in. Now, did you also know that KLA troops were ordered not to fire on retreating Serbian forces once KFOR had gone in? Are you aware of that?
Diese Befehle der UCK,
These commands, orders from the KLA, I did not know. I do not know.
And just for the record, I understand you don't know them, but for the public record, I want to put it onto the record. Hashim Thaçi, in fact, informed the Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, in Cologne on the 8th of June, that the KLA would issue that day or the next a declaration of its intention not to attack withdrawing Serb forces. And that document, for the record, is SPOE 00350-943 to 00350-950. And I think you told us at the start of your evidence today that on the very first day that you were in Prizren, you got caught in a shootout, I think were your words, between the Yugoslav army and the KLA when you were evacuating the Serbs from a base. Correct?
dass wir den Auftrag hatten, wir haben es nicht.
That we had the task to do so, we were not able to do so because in Suvareka we arrived there, we entered, and we immediately left the village again because we were not at all protected against any shootings. I remember there was quite a very noisy sound. This must have been a hand grenade for example, there were not only rifle shoots. So, and after that, we stopped this action, this operation.
The KLA were firing on the Serb forces. Is that what you thought was happening or not?
Could you kindly repeat your question a bit more precisely? What happened when it happened? I didn't quite get that.
Incident that the KLA were firing on the Serb forces.
Ja,
Yes. Apparently, they did not recognize us as K4 vehicles in that convoy.
That, if it was Drini, was acting against the orders was acting against what Hashim Thaçi had promised Madeleine Albright. Correct?
ich kenne weder die Befehle
I do neither know the orders nor do I know the agreements that were made. This is the wrong level you are asking at the moment.
Now, I think we have to go into private session now, please.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, witness. Can you hear me okay?
Ja, ich höre Sie.
Great.
Yes, I can hear you.
And I'll be asking you some questions on behalf of Kadri Vaseli. Just need to get my headphones. Okay, witness. I just have two topics to cover with you. The first arises out of something that you were speaking about this morning to my colleague to my right. And this is at page 48 of the transcript. And you had said at line 16, I do remember now one scene where apparently we encountered a group of paramilitaries, 40 or 50 in a bus. And they were really armed, highly armed, but they were neither part of the MUP or the VJ. Do you recall saying that?
Daran erinnere ich mich, ja.
I do remember that.
You remember the date that was, do you?
Nein, an das Datum.
No, I do not remember the name. I simply remember this scene with the boss and the person I spoke to, because apparently it was not a military member, and apparently, well, they acted quite aggressively.
Thank you, witness. I was looking for the date, if you recall. If you don't, that's fine. Okay, but in any case, this was not a one-off in terms of your awareness of paramilitaries in Kosovo, was it? There was other evidence of paramilitaries operative there.
Also das waren.
Those were paramilitaries who were apparently on the former Yugoslav side. This was the only incidents I remember. MUP were at least the police unit, and I also encountered them several times.
Couple of entries from the war diary to see if it refreshes your recollection. If we could have CITIF 00225092 on the screen, that's the English at page 60, and then the German is CITIF 00224836, and that's page 320 or page ending 5155. And witness, I'll read you the fourth entry down, which is from the 22nd of June, and it says, according to information from former KLA Commander Drini, in the vicinity of Obstina of Stirpsa, there are approximately 1,000 Serb paramilitary forces who reportedly intend to make their way into Prizren. And then there's an order at the brigade boundary to set up a CP in such a way that it cannot be circumvented, so that all vehicles and persons can be checked for weapons. So that would be about maybe 10 days or so after you entered. Do you recall this?
Nein.
No.
Would it have been within your area of responsibility, do you believe?
Also wenn, dann wäre Prizren mein Antwort.
Well, if so, my area of responsibility would have been Prizren, but I cannot say anything about this incident 10 days after. I can hardly imagine, because the forces of the former Yugoslav and of the MUP, the police had left.
Talking about paramilitary forces, not necessarily regular MEP or VJ forces. Could we move now to, in the English, page 88 at the bottom, and in the German, page 348 of the document? And I'm going to read you the last entry from the 30th of June, 1999. And it reports Major Haub, KLA liaison officer, having learned through KLA signals intelligence that there are paramilitaries in the castle at Prizren holding 20 KLA fighters prisoner. They are equipped with heavy weapons, RPGs and MG. So this was in the castle in Prizren on the 30th of June. Do you recall this incident?
Hier geht es den
This is the 30th of June, 1999. I had already left the country by then.
Didn't hear anything about this after you had left?
Nein.
Okay.
No.
We can move off that topic, and I'm going to go back to this individual that you were asked about, that was being detained in the MUP building on the 18th of June. And I would like to ask you about some comments that were made by your colleague, Dirk Menzel. Do you remember Dirk Menzel?
Ja, Dirk Menzel gehört.
Yes, Dirk Menzel was part of my unit. Is this about the MUP building we're talking about, or a different incident?
The MUP building, and the man that was found with one arm handcuffed to a chair, if you recall. Okay. Do you recall Menzel being there on that day?
Ja.
Yes, he was in the building.
Could I have on the screen 072882 TRET Part 2? And there's no German of this, so I'll just read it to you. It's at page 3 of Part 2 at line 21. And he says, so I can now remember that we then, that is to say military operation, went from room to room because we did not know what we were expecting. We also have this man, he was still alive. He was not dead. He was even still alive here, tied in a chair. And then he continues on page 4 at line 9. When we freed him from the chair, I think he died in the process. Now, witness, does that comport with your recollection of how you found this individual?
Nein, ich habe die.
No, I found that person dead. When I was up there, this person was dead.
He was still handcuffed by one hand to the chair when you saw him. Is that right?
Das ist richtig. Ja, das ist richtig.
Yes, that is correct.
Menzel's recollection that he was still alive whilst handcuffed to the chair, only died once they unhandcuffed him, whereas your recollection is different. He was already dead. Is that right?
Ich bin nach Menzel.
I arrived in the building after Menzel. Menzel reported to me there is something here, and after that I entered the building, so there was a time gap.
Okay, that's fine, witness. If I could take you to another document. Now this is an interview with Dr. Schreckenbauer, who I believe was attached to your unit as a medical personnel.
Nein, der war Arzt in der Brigade.
He was not part of my unit, he was doctor in the brigade.
The ERN for his interview is 071320, and it's at page 27 in the English, and it's the same ERN in the German and also page 27. And this is about the conclusions that you were shown earlier. Yes, thank you. So the question reads, in your assessment at the end of the report, this is the one you were shown earlier, witness, it says that the bruises were not fatal injuries, but that a sudden cardiac death was quite possible. If possible, can you explain how you came to this conclusion? And the answer given is, the injuries recognizable on the body were not so serious that they could have explained the death. Ultimately, I also noted in my report that the exact cause of death could only be determined through an autopsy. Due to the old age of the person, another cause of death could be quite plausible. The injuries to the other injured people were similar in nature and degree to the ones of the dead person, and they were not fatal either. Now, witness, I simply want to know if you have any reason to disagree with this medic's conclusion as to the likely cause of death of this individual.
Mir steht es, glaube ich, nicht zu.
I think this is not my place to assess a doctor if this is a report, an autopsy report. This is above my competencies.
Thank you, witness. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Salimi, defense?
Yes, Your Honour, if you just bear with me a second. Good afternoon, witness. My name is Jeff Roberts. I'm counsel for Mr. Salimi. I just have a very limited number of questions, which may well actually be done by the lunch break in about 15 minutes. So if you can just focus on my questions and as you have been doing, try and keep your answers brief. And if you don't know and can't answer, then obviously that's absolutely fine. Now, we know you're in Kosovo from 12th of June until 12th or 13th of June until the 28th of June earlier. As you confirmed, and that you considered your role at that stage, and I believe this comes from the Security Council Resolution 1244, was to restore order and ensure public safety until the civilian presence could take responsibility. I think that's what you said earlier, isn't it? If you could just say yes for the transcript.
Ja.
Yes.
Chance to listen to the entire translation.
My apologies, I didn't realize it was still translating. Thank you, Your Honour. Now, as I think in the newspaper article you were shown earlier today, one, and this is from the New York Times, I think that's dated June the 18th, so that's P1188.2. There was a quote from Rolf Brecht, the German commander, saying that the Allies were Allies were taking over the police station to make it perfectly clear that we are the only force, the only authority in town. Now, that was consistent with your understanding of your role, wasn't it?
Das war mein Auftrag.
That was my task.
You needed to demonstrate that to everyone around the KLA, that you were there and you were the exclusive authority for conducting any police-like activity. Is that fair? And when I say you, I mean German KFOR generally.
Ja.
Yes.
Significant numbers of military police within German KFOR. I think we've seen photographs with the white bands around the helmet. Is that correct? They're what signifies military police individuals.
Ja, aber eine signifikante.
Yes, but a significant number, I cannot confirm that. I don't know how high that number was, but not enough. Whether it was the explosive disposals or the security forces, there were not enough.
You were very clear that it was your responsibility to be carrying out any military police activities, including any investigation of crime scenes, including any speaking to suspects or any other forms of an investigation. That was your exclusive responsibility, wasn't it?
Nein, das ist falsch.
No, that is not correct. My responsibility was to make sure that there is a secure situation and then to hand it over to the military police, who then also wrote the corresponding reports.
When I say you, I should have been more specific. It was the military police who had that authority and that exclusive authority, and you assisted them in that task.
We disbanded checkpoints, or we did different things, and if there were illegal matters like looting, other acts of violence, when we discovered them, then we employed the military police, if they were available, and that was not always the case.
Consider yourself to have the authority to detain people who you considered to be suspicious or potentially likely to have looted or committed other crimes?
Wir haben sie zumindest
At least we detained them, and then we handed them over to the military police, for example, when they looted, and where we really saw clear cases of looting.
You believed you had the authority to detain them, to be able to transfer them to the military police.
Das habe ich so aufgefasst.
Yes, that's how I understood it, because there was a criminal offense which we prevented.
Basis for you detaining them in your understanding at that time?
Festgehalten habe ich, wir haben sie.
We detained them only for a short period of time because we tried to immediately hand them over, transferred them after they had committed a crime. And the offense of looting was for my case, which had to lead to the fact that these persons had to be detained to at least establish their identities.
Right, and so then you handed them over to the military police. And this is the military police who was running the prison in the former MUP building. So after you took over the MUP building, it was transferred to the military police, and then they established their own detention facility and detained individuals that were either arrested by them or passed over by your units or other units of German K4. Is that right?
Also was genau der Auftrag dann?
Well, what the exact task was of the military police, you have to ask the head of the military police. We at least brought them there. This was the collecting point for suspicious persons, which we apprehended one way or another.
Is of a suspicion that you believed you could detain them or arrest them?
No. We also caught them red-handed. For example, one person who was in an apartment and he said he was living there, but when I then showed him the wardrobe where there were only clothes of an elderly woman, it was clear that he was looting there.
And the military police who detained them, on what basis were they detaining individuals, do you know? What legal basis were they detaining individuals in the prison?
Das kann ich nicht.
I cannot assess that. This is something you have to ask the head of the military police.
So you have no knowledge of what their legal basis at all was for holding them, or how long they could hold them for?
For how long, I do not know. This is in the hands of the military police. This is something I cannot assess. There are also legal advisors. I do not know whether somebody was there with the brigade. Should have been, actually. These are the persons who were responsible for that.
Thank you, witness. That was all my questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Bayezu.
Your Honor, it's unlikely that we have questions, but if I may seek your permission to review our questions over the lunch break and come back and confirm.
Yes, of course, we can do that. Witness, we will break for lunch at this time. We will be back in court at 2:30. Thank you.
Nicht verstanden, bitte.
You may leave the room now. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good afternoon, witness.
Afternoon.
Welcome back. Mr. Beyesu?
Your Honor, the topics on which we wanted to ask questions have already been covered. We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, one topic for redirect.
Go ahead.
Just one moment, please. Good afternoon, witness.
Tag.
Today at transcript page 72 to 74, defense counsel put to you a few statements made by Dirk Menzel about a victim at the Mutt building. Part of a document was read to you which stated that Menzel said, quote, "This man was still alive, he was not dead, he was even still alive tied to a chair. When we freed him from the chair, I think he died in the process," end quote. Witness, do you remember that this was read to you during the previous session?
Ja,
Yes, I do remember that.
And do you remember that you were asked to confirm that your recollection was different from Menzel's recollection, meaning that you recollected that you found him dead, whereas the part that was read to you from Menzel stated that the man was alive but then died while being freed from a chair?
Yes, that is correct. I found this person dead.
That before the break, you clarified that you did not see the deceased person at the same time as Menzel.
Yes, that is correct.
Made a few additional remarks, which I will read to you now. From 072882 TRET Part 2, page 4, quote, I think he died in the process or when we picked him up and he was really dead. And then from Part 2, page 13, quote, no quote, Menzel is being asked about a photograph of the victim, deceased, handcuffed to a chair. And he states, he's asked, can you remember now that you saw the photo, whether you lifted him or not? And the answer he gives is, quote, well, probably not. Witness, do you have any recollection of being told that the person who you saw dead, handcuffed to the chair, had been lifted out of that chair before you saw him?
No, I do not recall that. I found him sitting in the chair.
This person was alive when your troops found him in the building?
No, as far as I remember, I was told about a dead person.
That concludes my redirect.
Thank you. Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. Witness, the panel has a few more questions for you we believe are necessary in order to better understand your evidence. And my first questions are about the security situation in South Kosovo in summer 1999, in particular during the time of your deployment in June 1999. And can I ask you first, what role did the KLA play in this respect, if any? For example, were there KLA checkpoints on the streets?
Am Anfang
At the beginning, shortly after we entered, there were KLA checkpoints, but since we considered those checkpoints to be illegal, we disbanded them.
Personally see such checkpoints?
Ja, ich habe
Yes, I saw them and I personally disbanded them.
Recognize, or how did you know that these were KLA checkpoints?
There were vehicles at an intersection, and accordingly there was personnel, and they at least wore KLA symbols. They were present there.
ID cards of the people who were standing there at the checkpoints?
At that point in time, at the very beginning, it was not clear what we could have done with these persons because there was no collection room. We therefore simply dissolved it and we told them this was illegal and they were not allowed to do that.
Did the soldiers or the people at the checkpoints explain to you why they had set up these checkpoints?
I cannot remember that. But I think they did not explain that to us.
And you said you personally disbanded these checkpoints. Did you also disarm the people at the checkpoints?
At the beginning, we did not disarm them because it was not sure at that point in time whether they were allowed to wear weapons, and later on there were no illegal checkpoints anymore. I recall one scene, there was a big group wearing Swiss uniforms, soldiers or members of the KLA, at least that's what they call themselves, and they tried to drive through prison, and they were stopped by the members of the KLA of prison, and there was a confrontation between the two groups, and we intervened when we saw that, and the persons who used to wear Swiss uniforms were asked by us to take off their uniforms and to continue in civilian clothing. That is what I recall. There were no weapons involved yet, and I do not remember any other scenes.
Did these people in Swiss Army uniforms, did they also have like armbands or insignia?
I do not remember that 100%. Certainly there are still photos of that. And I remember that there are still one or two photos. Whether they wore KLA insignia, I'm not sure. They were wearing berets, that's for sure, because I entered into a conflict with a German soldier who wanted KFOR soldier. He wanted them to keep their berets, and we had told them to take off all their clothing, their uniform clothing. That's what I remember. And I'm sure of these photos, I at least have one or two left, and I remember a Spiegel journalist was there with her photographer, so there should still be other photos in existence of this incident.
And you said you had told them, or KFOR, you as part of KFOR had told them to put off their uniforms, the Swiss uniforms, right? Can you tell us the reason why you told them to take off their uniforms?
There was quite a heavy verbal dispute between these groups, the ones with the Swiss uniforms and the KLA members present. And because of that confrontation, and in order to de-escalate this confrontation, and I do not remember where they wanted to go, I told them, take off your uniform, then you can pass through here. Otherwise, we are not letting you through, because this could lead to problems we do not want to have here.
Thank you. Now, witness, I would like to talk about the events at the former MUP building on the 18th of June 1999. And can you briefly describe the situation for us again, please, in particular, how many KLA soldiers or people who you identified as KLA soldiers were there approximately on the 18th of June 1999 at the MUP building?
In the building and around the building, I cannot verify how many were in the building and outside. We found around 25 persons, of which one woman.
Or around the building?
Whether there were civilians in the building, I cannot tell you anymore. Outside the building, there were a few civilians, and therefore we tried to create an outer security perimeter in order to make sure that there's no mixing between those persons inside that area and persons which entered the area.
Civilians were doing outside the building? Were they bystanders, or did they do anything specific?
Also, wir können jetzt
We can talk about two groups. First of all, outside our security perimeter, these were observers. They were simply curious. All of a sudden, there were a lot of press representatives, and within this perimeter, these were the persons which we then prevented from leaving that area before knowing what actually had happened. And we took their ID cards and we later gave them back to them.
The people who were inside, as you called it, your security perimeter, were they all wearing uniforms, or were they also civilians or wearing civilian clothes?
I remember that there were fewer than 5 who did not wear civilian clothing. The others were in KLA, or at least uniform-like clothings, and this was visible also on the video. There were also some people wearing civilian clothes.
Just for our record, it said your response is documented as saying there were a few of 5 who did not wear civilian clothing. The others were in KLA or at least uniform-like clothings. Is that correct?
Ja, ich weiß nicht.
Yes, I'm not sure in how far there was an official KLA uniform at that point in time. At least there were different types, black with armbands, then camouflage with armbands, and different hats. And I talked about approximately 5 persons. Whether they were exactly 5, I cannot tell you anymore.
So these 5 people, just to be clear on that point, that these 5 persons were wearing civilian clothes or black, kind of a black uniform, and the rest camouflage uniforms, or?
There were up to 5 persons who were not wearing any uniforms. There were 2, and I'm quite sure about that. Maybe only 1 or 2 others were present, but up to 5, I said. I cannot completely verify that number, but a few people who were wearing civilian clothing. Later on then, when the freed persons were added to them, then there were, of course, more persons wearing civilian clothes.
Thank you. And you also spoke about the person or an officer who spoke French with you, and you described other men or persons, individuals standing in the background, and you identified these persons as KLA members. Is that correct?
At least that's how they presented themselves to me. And, I'm sorry, we also had their ID cards, and I think, if I remember correctly, that were also KLA ID cards.
SPO interview in July 2019 that you saw a flag hanging on or from the building. Is that right?
That is correct, and that was also the reason why I at all approached that building. When I was patrolling through town, I saw this, I think it was an Albanian flag, and that made me notice this building. And I saw that German ACP, and that's how the situation developed.
You and
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. Witness, now I hope you can help us to identify the exact time of the events at the former MUP station and the second location. The two raids in which you participated took place on the 18th and 19th of June 1999, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Serbs had left the area a few days before that, correct?
That's also correct.
I think in your ICTY witness statement on page U002 -6105, you mentioned that some of the KLA personnel outside the MUP building had told you that they had been in the building for a long time, and you also said that you could remember that when you came to prison on the 12th of June, the building was still being guarded by MUP, and the same was true, you said, in your ICTY statement for the 13th of June. So you concluded that the KLA must have taken over the building immediately after the withdrawal of the MUP, that is on or after the 13th of June 1999 and before you raided the building on the 18th of June 1999. Is that correct?
Das ist korrekt.
That is correct.
Do you know when the people you identified as KLA took over the second location we just spoke about?
Nein, das kann ich.
No, I cannot give you an exact date, but they must have been there for a longer time already, because the ammunition and the weapons that we found there, it would have taken more than just a few hours to get them there. You would have needed at least 2 trucks to transport all of this there.
Has anyone explained to you why the prisoners in the MUP building and the second location were detained? Did anybody tell you this?
As far as I remember, nobody explained this to me on the spot.
Or collaborators?
Da kann ich mich nicht mehr dran erinnern.
I do not recall. It's been too long ago.
Thank you. Witness, we have talked about the MUP building and the second location extensively. Do you know of other detention sites apart from these two that were allegedly used by the KLA in June 1999 or earlier?
Also ich weiß, dass noch.
Well, I know that the troops from Wuppertal who were there also liberated hostages, but I don't know any details.
In part 3 of the transcript of your SPO interview, you mentioned 2 other incidents, namely the murder of 2 elderly Serbs, a man and a woman in 2 houses on opposite sides of the street in the old town of Prizren. Do you remember saying this to the SPO in 2019?
Ja, da erinnere ich mich.
Yes, I do recall this. I also remember the situations in which these 2 people were found.
Was that during the time of your deployment in Kosovo, in prison?
Yes, I was there myself. I saw both bodies, actually.
About these 2 incidents, please.
Es war der vorhin genannte, ich weiß gar nicht, was für ein Dienstgrad.
Well, it was Mr. Menzel who was mentioned before. I don't know his exact grade at that point. He was patrolling, and first he found an elderly man on one side of the street who had been hit with the blunt part of an axe, and there were some pictures lying on the floor showing a Yugoslav soldier, but these pictures were very old. They were probably pictures of himself or his son. And on the opposite side of the street, they found an elderly woman who was killed in the same way. And if I remember correctly, she was in her bedroom and had been trying to hide behind the door of her wardrobe. So she was hunched there behind this door.
Committed these crimes, these killings?
Menzel kam daran.
Mr. Menzel arrived shortly after it happened, as it appeared, and then he sent out a lot of people to try and find any suspects, but we didn't see anybody.
Are you aware of other crimes, apart from the crimes you described earlier today, that were attributed to the KLA? I'm not talking about the two incidents, the killings in prison, or the man and the woman, detentions or mistreatments. Are you aware of any other crimes, detention crimes, mistreatments, killings?
We found another body outside of prison, somebody who had been stabbed, but the body had been lying there for a few days. That was visible when you looked at the maggots, etc. And we opened the jacket and were able to see the stab wound. And another scene is the one with the priest that I mentioned before, who was kidnapped, and where we couldn't really follow the car of the kidnappers. But I cannot tell you what kind of grouping the suspects belong to or what kind of background this had.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Judge Mitro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, sir. I have a few follow-up questions on questions that were asked of you in relation to what was characterized as the chaos or vacuum that you witnessed in some of the locations in which you were operating. Do you recall those questions?
Ja, erinnere mich.
Yes, I do recall them.
On the observations that you were able to make on the ground, what steps or measures had the KLA taken to try to prevent or reduce the chaos that you witnessed?
Also ich habe keine Maßnahmen.
I did not see any measures by the KLA in order to prevent or reduce the chaos, except for the illegal checkpoints that I described. Other than that, I cannot recall any measure taken by the KLA.
Take your response as indicating, for instance, that you did not see the military police of the KLA trying to take steps to protect civilians or civilian properties.
Ja, das ist korrekt.
That is correct. I did not see them doing this.
And in your experience as an experienced military officer of 40 years, what would you expect a reasonable military structure to do in order to reduce or eliminate the risk associated with such a volatile environment? What I'm asking you is, in effect, what would you have done in such an environment to try to prevent this sort of violence?
Ich hatte eine klare Struktur.
I would have established a clear structure. So if we look at the KLA, I would have split the city in different sectors with their own contact for K4, so that there could have been exchanges between KLA and K4. That would have been one measure. But since this didn't happen, we were on our own and we didn't have any contacts on the other side.
Context, taking your own experience as a German officer, what would be the role of the military police in trying to prevent these sorts of incidents? What tasks or responsibilities would you assign to the military police?
In Deutschland ist es stark.
In Germany, this is very restricted to actual deployments, but basically military police can act as the general police, take on general police tasks. But this wasn't done neither by the German military police, with the exception of investigations and protocols, nor the KLA.
In relation to commanding officers, what is the responsibility of commanding officers in this sort of volatile environment to try to prevent the commission of crimes?
Auf jeden Fall die Disziplin aufrechtzuerhalten.
Keep up discipline, make sure that your own orders are followed up, and preventing any violence against innocent people, unless there's a violent armed conflict, of course.
And did you witness that happen in the areas in which you were operating at the time, in and around Prizren?
Also das Einzige, was ich gesehen habe,
The only thing I saw was the following. Some of those people that I saw, the people I saw as commanders, had radio equipment that they used to communicate with, so there must have been some kind of communication channel. So they had Motorola radio devices.
Aware of any efforts on their part to rein in on the violence that you described and witnessed?
die einzige Bemühung.
The only thing I remember is the ban on weapons for all kinds of fighters. At the beginning, the legal people in Prizren, they were given an armband. I forget the color of it, but this was the sign for us that they were legally armed and all the others would have been illegally armed. But this was only valid for one day.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness. I'd like to ask you, first of all, a few questions about the torture instruments that you say that you saw in the basement of the former MUP building in Prizren. The reference for the other participants is P1177.1, pages 34 and 41. Do you recall giving evidence about those torture instruments?
Ja, da erinnere ich mich dran.
Yes, I do recall that.
What they were exactly?
Also ich habe ein Foto.
I took a picture of them. There were some weapons used for stabbing and beating. Some of them were makeshift. But I only spent little time there. It was not my task to investigate things more closely on the spot. I was the one who was responsible for the overall situation. I took a quick look and then exited the building again in order to keep an eye on the situation outside.
Later on, and this is in your ICTY statement from October 2001, that's P1176 at page 4. You say that you saw, quote, signs of the hostages having been mistreated, including gaping wounds. It was obvious that they had been tortured, unquote. Do you recall that evidence?
Ja, daran erinnere ich mich.
Yes, I do recall that. And people came out of the building limping, some of them bleeding, and I saw them.
And is that why because they were limping and bleeding. Is that why you concluded they had been tortured?
Das war mein Rückschluss.
Well, that was my conclusion, because it was the only conclusion possible to me with regard to these people who had been detained.
And did you see any injuries on those persons that were consistent with the use of any of the torture instruments that you had seen in the former MUP building?
Das kann ich nicht mit Sicherheit bezeugen.
I cannot give you a very clear answer on this. I cannot confirm exactly that those were the instruments used.
Very well. Moving to a separate subject also concerning the former MUP building. You said that it was used as, quote, a collection point to hand in weapons or mines, unquote. That was today, page 36 of the transcript, and that you went there several times. Am I right in understanding that it was a collection point for the KLA to hand in their weapons?
Das haben Sie missverstanden.
No, you must have misunderstood this. It was the brigade's command post. It was not the MUP building. It was the former OSCE building, the Progress building. This is where the Ops Brigade had established this collection point for all kinds of weapons that we found. Some of them we found in the street or while searching houses, or they were given to us. So this was the brigade's collection point for all kinds of weapons. At this point, the KLA wasn't surrendering its weapons yet.
Mines, for example, which side had they originated with?
Also ich erinnere mich daran, dass zwei.
I remember that 2 mines came from a school, actually. I had a tough talk with my soldiers because of this, because they went into the school and took out the mines. I have a picture with these 2 anti-tank mines on a car. So they were that big, 25 centimeters diameter. One of them was square, from Yugoslav production, both of them.
Very well. Did you supervise the organized disarmament of the KLA at any stage?
Also wir haben selbst.
We seized weapons from KLA once, I remember that, but I don't remember the exact location. All I remember is that either General von Korff or Mr. Best asked me to give the weapon back to one of the KLA people because it was a special weapon with a wooden handle. But I did not follow up on this order because I forgot where I had put the weapon.
189, please, and to not broadcast it to the public. Witness, in a moment we'll see a report which you've already seen, which is the German K4 military police report from the 23rd of June 1999. And you'll see in the report, we discussed it earlier, the report says that since a certain individual was not on the list of authorized armor bearers, then the gun and ammunition that he had were seized. And in the English version, it's the 4th line from the bottom. And it looks like about the 3rd line from the bottom in German. Or the 5th, perhaps the 6th line from the bottom in German. Do you see that?
Ja, ich sehe das.
Yes, I see that.
List of authorized bearers of arms. Did you see the list of authorized bearers of arms?
Daran kann ich mich nicht mehr erinnern.
I don't recall whether I saw the list or not.
Of the agreement between Drini and KFOR?
Das könnte ich nur vermuten.
It would be conjecture. I don't know. But I can imagine that we used our radio to find out whether a certain person was authorized to bear arms or not. But a printout or a written version of a list in any other form, I don't recall that.
Understand. At this stage, was the ordinary KFOR soldier, correct that, was the ordinary KLA soldier permitted to carry weapons? Or was the ordinary KLA soldier being disarmed at this stage?
Also es gab eine Gruppe.
There was one group that was authorized to bear arms. I remember that. And at a certain point, nobody else was allowed to bear arms anymore.
Was not allowed to bear arms.
Das kann ich Ihnen nicht sagen, wer das.
I can't tell you who decided who was authorized to bear arms or not. All I know is that there were people who were authorized to bear arms and those who weren't, but I can't tell you who decided this and where it came from.
I have no further questions.
One question, possibly two. Witness, in your time in the prison area, how many times did you discover a person wearing a KLA uniform with an armband or a cap shield who was in fact not a KLA member? Or if ever?
Also am Anfang habe ich.
At the beginning, I saw a lot of people in uniform and partial uniform who we weren't able to identify, and their numbers dwindled over time. But I couldn't tell all the time whether people were KLA members or not. As long as they didn't do anything suspect, we tolerated them partially. In terms of time, I can't really tell you when what happened. I don't recall.
Ask to see their ID.
Wir haben um Ausweis gebeten.
Yes, we did ask for IDs, and of course we always asked them what they were doing there. Illegal checkpoints, for example, or when we found people in the vicinity of houses where they weren't supposed to be, for example, in the old town.
Prosecution have any follow-up questions for, based upon the judge's questions?
No.
Anything from Thaçi defense?
Yes, Your Honour.
Go ahead.
You asked a series of questions by Judge Matreau about the steps that the KLA took once you had deployed as K4 to protect civilians. Do you remember that?
Welches Szenario meinen Sie?
Which scenario are you talking about? What kind of civilians and where?
The judge, I'm responding to the questions that the judge has asked. You were asked questions by the Judge Matreau, who's in the middle, about the steps that you saw the KLA take to protect civilians after K4 had deployed. Do you remember that? Do you remember him asking you those questions?
Ja, an die Frage erinnere ich.
I remember the question, yes.
And you were also asked what you'd expect a reasonable military structure to do in a situation like that to stop it, to calm down a volatile situation. Do you remember that question?
Ja, erinnere ich mich.
Yes, I do recall it.
Now, once K4 had deployed, once you went in, who had the power legally to stop any violence?
Im Detail kann ich Ihnen das nicht sagen. Ich weiß.
I cannot tell you this in detail. All I know is that I had the task to establish order and security and prevent crimes.
It was your task, no longer the task of the KLA, was it?
Ob es da zu dem Zeitpunkt noch
Well, I can't tell you whether it was a KLA task at this point in time still.
Suggest that legally it couldn't be, because pursuant to UN Security Council 1244, the resolution that authorised you to deploy, all power in this regard transferred to KFOR and to NATO. Would you disagree with that?
mit der
Yes, I agree with that.
Now, you were asked questions, the way the questions were framed were in the context of you being an experienced military officer of 40 years in the German army. Now, in the German army, what would happen if a commander took his troops into an area that he had been forbidden to go into by his higher-ups? Would that be allowed in the German army?
Gestattet wäre es.
No, it would not be allowed, but it would depend on the circumstances on the ground. I remember one incident where I was in somebody else's district, but I had been given the order to go there, but there hadn't been any coordination. So there can be overlapping tasks and deployment situations.
I understand that.
Ms. Tapicoli, could you, sorry to interrupt
Sorry.
you, but we have an issue has come up that we have to deal with. Please go into private session. It's not with you, it's a question for concerning a redaction. And there's not much time left on the tape delay.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
All right, go ahead.
So I might just reverse slightly and then go forward to my point about the German army. But in terms of whose responsibility it was to restore order, you said it was yours, and it follows, doesn't it, that if you'd have thought it was the KLA's responsibility, you wouldn't have dismantled their checkpoints, would you?
Wenn Sie ein Recht gehabt
Well, if they had a right to have checkpoints, then we would have to have them kept, these checkpoints.
Thank you. And they didn't have the right, and so you dismantled them, correct? Now
das ist richtig, ja.
That is correct, yes.
To the German army, let me phrase it this way. In the German army, if you're in a theatre of combat and you are expressly told by your chief of staff not to lead your forces into a particular area and you do that, what would happen to you? Is that allowed?
I believe that question's already been asked and answered by him.
I know, but he did, but he said he gave an alternative scenario that's not the exact scenario that I've asked.
All right, go ahead, answer.
Das muss ich persönlich abwägen.
I personally have to weigh that, whether an order I got, I will override that order, and I must have a good reason for that. And if necessary, I have to face the responsibility afterwards towards my superior, and in a given case, even before a court. But if I myself believe that I have a compelling reason for doing that, then that can happen.
Okay. Now, if I can now bring up this KLA war log, K4 war log. So the reference is SITF 00225092 to SITF 00225184, and the German is SITF 00224836 to 00225261. And this is a series of questions about what the KLA did or didn't do when German K4 was on the ground. And if we can, and this is in response to, again, the questions about, by Judge Metro, about what the KLA was doing to stop the violence. Now, if we can please go to, it's page 291, which is SITF 00225139. And we go to reference 181125, B, June, I guess. Thanks. Now, it's at the bottom of that page, and German K4, so your colleagues have made the following entry. Sitrep from K4 Recce, in talks between senior Muslim figures and KLA commanders at Dragas, both sides solemnly agreed not to carry out reprisals against one another. Now, were you aware of that?
Nein, der Vorgang ist mir so nicht.
No, this incident is not known to me.
To page SITF 00225125. And here, the first reference that I want to go to is 1710.408, June. And there it says, report from Ops Info. The area of SMAC DM7783 and Novak DM8083 largely vacated by Serbs, although KLA officer Chukulu made earnest attempt to persuade the Serbian population to remain. Were you aware of that?
No.
To 17100B, June. Sorry, I've got the wrong. It's 171000. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding my page. Okay, here we go. Report from Ops Info at 1710404. Refugees were repeatedly and emphatically informed that KFOR wants the population to remain, and also that the KLA, for its part, has signalled its agreement for them to remain. Were you aware of that?
Ich habe jetzt gerade erst den Bericht auf Deutsch.
I only just now can see the report in German, but I see the same report as just before. I think you need to verify the passage.
This is the evidence. And one final entry, please, at SITF 00225139. And at 191500B, June. Thank you. And it says here, 2 KLA fighters report to Ops Brig offering their services for mine clearance. Do you see that? Were you aware of that?
Ja, das sehe ich, ja.
Were you aware?
No, that was not known to me.
Thank you. So there were things going on within your area that were not known to you. That's the conclusion we draw from that, isn't it?
Hier wurde sich explizit an die
Well, the 2 KLA fighters approached the brigade, deployment brigade. I was in a different place in the old city, so this is a different place that is referring to.
everywhere.
Ich wollte auch nur.
So in fact, there are instances here that whilst they didn't have the power legally, there were some KLA trying to assist to calm down the situation and to offer their services. That's what this diary shows, doesn't it?
Ob Sie damit Ihre
Whether they wanted to demonstrate their cooperation with that, I don't know. They offered their participation, but what the basis of that was is unknown to me.
Can I tender these pages, please? There's 3 pages. SITF 00225139. SITF 00225125. And SITF 00225131, I think.
Any objection by the prosecution?
No.
SITF 00225131, SITF 00225125, and SITF 00225139 are all admitted and will be assigned an exhibit number.
Your Honours, those pages will be assigned Exhibit 1D 131, but Your Honours, I will kindly ask that I confer with Council at the break to confirm the pages since there was some discrepancies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. O'Reilly?
Your Honour, yes, I do have a couple of questions and a couple of pages of the same document that I had used previously to tender. Would you like me to do my questions now? Okay. So if we're staying on that same document, I would just like to bring up one more entry in a similar vein that you may know about because it involves the raid on the 18th of June. And that can be found in the English at page 41 and in the German at page 301. And I'll read the English to you. The heading is Discussions with KLA Commander Drini, and this is on the 19th of June, with Ops Headquarters, Ops Brigade Major DeCant. Discussions with KLA Commander Drini re disarming KLA in MUP building. Offer from Commander Drini to support the brigade if it should have problems with looters and robbers in the Prizren area. Proposal for creation of a joint police force. Now, given your involvement in that operation, is that something that you recall, witness?
Daran erinnere ich mich.
I do recall that, but there were 2 incidences mixed up with each other. First of all, it is the discussion with the OPZ with Officer DeCant, and then it must be the situation there on the ground.
I actually, I didn't follow that clarification. Would you mind? I'm not sure what point exactly you're trying to clarify there. Could you maybe take another stab at it?
Sie gingen ja davon aus.
Where you assume that all of that happened at the MUP building. Did I understand you correctly?
It does appear that there were discussions that were had, which is the important point, with Commander Drini regarding disarming KLA in the MUP building, and an offer from Drini to support the brigade if it had any problems with looters and robbers. Do you recall that?
Das hat nicht immer.
That did not take place in my presence, and apparently with the deployment brigade, because here the OPZ is mentioned.
So, Your Honours, I would like to tender that page and the 2 pages of the document that I used earlier, which were page 60 of the English and 320 of the German. And then secondly, page 88 of the English and page 348 of the German. And I can arrange to... It's the same. I can't give you the ERNs for those specific pages, but I can provide them to the registry after court today.
All right, do so, and we'll admit them as soon as you've done that.
Okay, thank you. And then there was just one last thing that I wanted to clarify with you, witness.
Yes.
Let me say that again. Is there any objection to those additional exhibits? Because they're all part of the same document that has already been tendered.
Assuming those are the page numbers that were used previously, which I'm sure that they are, we have no objection.
We will adopt them and admit them at this time. If there's any question about the identification, the court officer can take it up with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. So lastly, witness, at page 90 of the transcript today, Judge Barta had asked you about this issue of ethnic Albanians wearing uniforms, be they German, Swiss or KLA. And you said, when it comes to looting, all I can remember are KLA uniforms, actually. Now, I just wanted to clarify with you, witness, that when you say those individuals were wearing KLA uniforms, you were talking about people who you had reason to believe were not actually KLA members who were participating in looting, but were donning the KLA uniform. Is that correct?
Das ist richtig so.
That is correct.
Questions?
Nothing, Your Honour.
Mr. Roberts, okay? Mr.
No
Bayezu?
question. Thank you.
Witness, your testimony is completed. We thank you for being with us and giving us the testimony. We wish you well in the future. Thank you again for being here. You may leave the courtroom now.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much.
Does the prosecution have another witness in the wings?
Yes, we do. We would just need a short break.
Get as much finished as we can. So we will be adjourned for 10 minutes. Please stay close at hand.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in, Madam Usher. Good afternoon, witness.
Guten Tag.
I will read out a text of a solemn declaration concerning your requirement to tell the truth. And I will read it in parts, and then it will be translated for you, and you can then repeat after me. Conscious of the significance of my testimony,
conscious of the significance of my testimony, and my legal responsibility,
I declare that I will tell the truth,
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth
and nothing but the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Witness, you've heard the solemn declaration. Do you consent to the declaration?
Yes.
Is expected to last, which time is it? I believe it will be one day, one full day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is I'm sorry, Madam Prosecutor, how long will your examination be?
Approximately 45 minutes, Your
All right,
Honor.
it will be approximately 45 minutes. Following that, the defense will ask you questions, and we ask the counsel to be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may also allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will try to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication, and we will try to accommodate you. Do you have any questions about those rules?
No, sir.
Questions from the prosecution. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. We've met before. My name is Vega Iodice, and today I will be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO. As explained during our last meeting, rather than asking you questions about every relevant issue you may have information about, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing such information into evidence. There are a number of procedural steps to follow in order to do so. Before turning to these, I will first establish your identity. Could you please tell us your name?
My name is Johann Rudolf Fritsch.
And what is your date of birth?
Am 3. November
On the 3rd of November 1951. Munich. German.
Ich bin pensionierter.
I'm a retired professional soldier.
Last rank you held in the army?
I was Surgeon Major.
Documents. Could the court officer please bring up ERN 071136 TRET Part 1 Revised 1 Read in English, and the original 071136 TR Part 1 Revised Read. Sir, do you recall being interviewed by the SPO in 2019?
Yes.
Remember reading this statement in your language in April when we met?
Yes.
Opportunity to provide clarifications to your statement.
Yes.
Recall that those clarifications were written down in a note and read back to you.
Yes.
Confirm that what was read back to you in that note reflects your changes fully and accurately.
Yes.
You made, is the information in your statement accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Events, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Fill the Rule 154 criteria in accordance with Decision F02245, paragraph 96 A and B. We hereby tender the transcript, that's 071136 TRET, Part 1, Revised 1 Read, Part 2, Revised 1, Part 3, Revised 1 Read, and Parts 4 and 5, Revised 1 into evidence, together with its Albanian translation, together with the Albanian translation and the original in German.
Any objection?
No, Your Honour.
ERN 071136 TRET Part 1 Revised 1 RED 1 Parts 1 through 5 and the Albanian are admitted and will be granted a exhibit number.
Your Honours, for the ERN 071136 TR Part 1 Revised Read, together with the Albanian and English versions, it will be assigned Exhibit P1191.1. Part 2 with the same ERN and the German, English, Albanian combinations will be assigned Exhibit P01192.91.2. Apologies. Part 3, German, English, and Albanian will be assigned Exhibit P01191.3. Part 4, English, Albanian, German will be assigned Exhibit P1191.4, and Part 5, English, Albanian, and German versions will be assigned Exhibit P1191.5. And we can confirm the classification.
Public, Your Honour.
If need be to reclassify, it will be public. Go ahead.
We also would like to tender preparation note 1, and that is ERN 120506 to 120509.
Any objection to the note?
No, Your Honour.
Nothing, Your Honour.
ERN 120506 to 120509 is admitted.
And that will be Exhibit P1192, and again, if we can confirm the classification.
That can also be public.
Reclassified as public.
Moving on to the associated exhibits, we have created one excerpt from video 054010-02, 003226 to 003256 with its corresponding transcript excerpt. And we would like to tender that into evidence as public as well.
Is that the only associated exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor, because the other one was already admitted in full as P00501, and I will address the diary separately.
Any objection to the proposed exhibit?
No, Your Honour.
The associated exhibit is admitted and will be assigned a exhibit number.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit P01193, and it will be reclassified to public.
And as stated, I will address some excerpts of the diary during the examination. I would now like to read a summary.
Please do.
WO3881 was deployed to Kosovo from 14 June to 3 August 1999 as press officer within the KFOR contingent. His tasks, including accompanying journalists, documenting and reporting, and taking crime scene photos at the request of KFOR military police. WA3881 was present on 18 June 1999 when KFOR raided the former MUP building in Prizren, occupied at that time by KLA soldiers, and freed several injured detainees. WO3881 saw the body of a deceased detainee and confirmed that KFOR treated the detainee's injuries. He photographed the victims, their injuries, and the materials KFOR seized from the KLA soldiers. WO3881 also witnessed and documented violence against Serb and Roma minorities. WO3881 kept a handwritten diary with photos he took. I now have a few additional questions for you, sir. Could the court officer please bring up ERN 071142 071313 in English, and in the original 071139 071313, and go to page 071142 in both languages. And this should not be broadcasted publicly. Yes, thank you. Sir, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is my diary.
Ja.
Yes, daily in the evening.
Daily in the evening when exactly? In what?
1999, starting from my deployment to Macedonia via the entry into Kosovo until my return in August 1999.
Thank you. Could we now move to page ERN 071180 in both English and German? That's page 42 in German and 39 in English. And again, it shouldn't be broadcasted. Sir, do you recognize this entry?
Yes.
Write this entry.
Yes, I did that in the evening or in the night from the 18th to the 19th of June 1999.
And now if we move to the second part of the page, that's in English, it's the last paragraph, and in German it's a little bit further down when it starts. In the afternoon we drive. Yeah, that's perfect in German. Could you please read this section starting in the afternoon?
Am Nachmittag geht es alarmmäßig.
You can read it to yourself. There's no need to read it out loud. Thank you. Do you remember this event?
Ich erinnere mich.
I do very well remember that day.
The date of the diary corresponds to the date of the event described there.
Yes, I remember that exactly because it was my wedding day.
And is this the same event that you discussed in your interview with the SPO regarding the K4 raid at the MOOC building?
Ja, ma'am.
Yes, I do.
Is it accurately described in this entry?
Kurz, aber.
It's described briefly but correctly.
Entry during your SPO interview.
Ja.
Yes.
Could we now move to the next page in both languages? Sir, who took this photograph?
I did.
It shows.
Ja.
Yes. These are soldiers from the Air Defense Company, a company that was involved in the liberation of this prison. Well, they basically liberated the prison.
In both languages. Is this a continuation of your previous diary entry?
Ja.
Yes.
Focus on the first two lines where you refer to ethnicity of the victims and then state collaborators, says the KLA. What were you referring to here?
Auf Gespräche, die
I was referring to conversations we had with the liberated persons.
And is that when you heard about this person being collaborators?
Das konnten wir nicht.
Well, we could not verify this. This is something that the KLA people told us.
Thank you. And if we could go to the next page in both languages. Sir, who took these photos?
These are pictures that I took on behalf of the military police during and after the liberation. We went into the former MUP prison. We liberated the prisoners, and we also found the deceased person on the first floor. The KLA members who were there were disarmed, and the injured, such as you can see here in these pictures, were treated by our medics.
Be completely clear, can you describe the photos you took that are shown in front of you?
Es sind einige der
You can see some of the 10 to 12 men, as far as I remember, whose injuries I documented using my camera. They had abrasions, bruises, things that pointed towards torture or mistreatment.
In between the two photographs, did you write that yourself?
Ja.
Yes, I did.
Your basis of knowledge for that caption.
Die befreiten Männer haben.
The men who we liberated told us this.
Thank you. And now if we could go to the next page in both languages. Who took these photographs?
Ich im Auftrag der.
I did on behalf of the military police.
Am Nachmittag.
In the afternoon of the 18th of June of 1999.
Was that part of the raid on the MUP building?
Ja.
Yes, it was. During this intervention, we found this deceased person.
That we can see in between the two photographs. What did you mean by that?
Der Tote wurde von einem.
The dead man was examined by one of our medical officers, and he said that we had arrived about an hour too late. This man probably died 1 hour before our arrival.
Thank you. Could we move? Is that the state you found the man in when you first saw him?
Genau so.
Exactly like this.
Could we please move to the next page in both languages? Did you also take these photographs?
Ja,
Yes, during the examination by our medical officer.
Do they show the same man that was in the previous pictures?
ja,
Yes.
And could we move to the next page in both languages? Did you also take these photographs?
ja,
Yes, I did.
nach den Fotos
After I had taken the pictures of the dead man and the liberated people.
These photographs show.
Handschellen mit den
Handcuffs that were used to chain people to pipes, and the lower picture has one wooden truncheon, for example.
And the caption that's in between the two photographs. What did you mean by that? The means of torture have not changed.
Das war mein
Well, this was my diary, my personal diary. And what I meant by this was that the MUP, before they left, as well as the people who took over the prison after them, i.e. the KLA, used the same or had the same means at their disposal, the same instruments.
Thank you. Your Honor, for planning, I could finish this topic in the next 5 minutes, if that's feasible, or continue tomorrow.
You can finish if you can do it in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, Your Honour, I'm sorry, I do have an objection to the last exchange. We've had no foundation. The witnesses said, the same means were used by the MUP before they left and then after, but we've had no foundation for his belief that these are belonging to the KLA.
What's the objection?
That there was no foundation for the witness's answer, and I suppose I wonder if that could be explored. What is his basis for concluding that these belong to the KLA and not the MUP, because this was the MUP building up until a few days before this took place?
Your objection's overruled. You can explore that on cross-examination if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if we could scroll through the next pages until page 071189 in German, in the original. And then go to the next page. And scroll down, and then to the next page again. Sir, did you take these last 5 photos?
Ja,
Yes, I did.
When did you take them?
am Nachmittag
On the afternoon of the 18th of June.
During the same raid described before?
ja,
Yes.
Describe what is shown in these photographs.
es handelt sich dabei
What we are seeing are weapons, ammunition, and equipment of the former Yugoslav army or the security forces all of which we found at the MUP building and we removed from the building.
Thank you. Your Honors, I would now like to tender into evidence pages 071180 through 071189 in both English and German.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
And this exhibit should
Just 071180 to 071189 is admitted.
And will be assigned Exhibit P1194.
Thank you.
and it should be confidential. Your Honors, I would stop at this stage and continue tomorrow.
All right, witness, I know you've testified just for a short time today, but we wanted to get you started so we could not waste any time. We will adjourn now until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will start promptly at that time. Thank you for being with us so far. Remember not to talk with anyone about your testimony outside of this courtroom. Good afternoon.
Ja, Euer Ehren.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Wir unterbrechen bis 9 Uhr morgen früh.